Retro and Pickle, teaming up to make it right. Bringing old tech back from the edge of night. If it plugs in, winds up, or needs repair, you know the duo's on it. Retro, restore, and Pickle Tech repairs. That repairs. Oh. One tries his best, the other digs deeper. Two tech heroes, both fixers and keepers. From charity finds to vintage gear, this is the collab everyone wants to hear. When one repair ends and another begins, together they turn breakdowns into wins.
Part 1 diagnosis, revive. Bringing this old Evo back alive. From cutouts stuck to readings gone cold. Every little clue makes the story unfold. Retro pass the torch, Pico takes the lead. A rescue mission every fixer can need.
Retro and Pickle, legends in the fix-it scene. Saving classics, keeping history clean. If it's broken, rare, or needs that repair flair, call the dream team. Retro, restore, and Pickle Tech repairs. Tech repairs. Oh. One started the journey, the other takes it home. Together they prove no tech dies alone. Tech
Rusty Russ, hello bud. Chris, thanks for joining. Yes, I've just got back in. Obviously I've been over my friends, the one that's got all the arcades. Nice song, yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So yeah, what it is, he's the one that's obviously got all of the arcades. I had to go over there and take the boards. The Gallagher, one of them's got RAM problem. Obviously the RAM that he's got, I'll show you. It's this machine here. If I go on TikTok and I'll show you what the issue is. Hold up. On this machine, right, this one here, right in the corner, right, the Gallagher, this is the one that's got the problem. What's up, Chris? Right, so that Gallagher, I've done, partly recapped it, also exploded. The power supply, someone wrapped it up in tape like this, 240 volts running through that, and they wrapped it up like in sellotape. So I rewired it, and the issue that this has got now, it is now coming up a RAM problem. Which I can't repair, because even though I've got an oscilloscope, it's only a little small one. It's only a small one, only ever so small. The oscilloscope, obviously, even if I find the RAM problem, I still can't repair it. So obviously I can't get around the issue. So he's going to have to take it to an expert, because obviously getting RAM for that is more rarer than what I do with my repairs, obviously. So that's exactly it. So the issue he's got now, I had to go around here, didn't know how to take the boards out, because it's a complicated system. You've got a big, obviously, VGA connector, and then you've got this 48 pin like connector that goes on top of it. So I know how to take them out because I've dealt with them. So anyway, Also, I noticed the sand and the sandboard was getting a bit hot, so it looks like he's got multiple issues with it. It's got a slight hum, so I said that could be one of the pots it's actually going. So, and he's got a massive capacitor on it. Again, when I put my voltage meter across, it wasn't reading right, so I said that might be causing part of the hum. So I've took the boards out. He's going to now send them to his friend up north that will actually deal with it. So, but he didn't know how to take out the board. So what I'm going to do on this one, when he gets the boards back, I won't be live streaming it because it's a bit involving, but I will record and upload it on my video channel, and I'll show you the process that it has to go through of putting it all back, and then I can give you a guide. He's got some extra machines, so I can guide you through and have a quick play, and I've got my camera set up, so that'd be quite cool to actually do that. And that's why I was a bit late getting back, because I would have streamed earlier, but obviously, and he dumped me off a load of retro stuff. So Andy, how you doing, my friend? First, did you manage to fix that tablet thing? Did you manage to get it? And Pico, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining. I've just got in from work. Bloody hell, I've only just got in myself because I had to go over there and take the arcade boards out. So on that front, so I wasn't going to do an arcade build like thing on it. The little bar top one, obviously I took that round my mum, so I've had to stop halfway through. So yeah. And did you finish that little tablet? Did you get it to power up? Did you manage to get the screen working? Andy and Pico. Yeah, it's your Pico. So obviously my friends dropped me off some retro stuff. No screen, no show. No, oh, that's a shame. I knew that was going to be a little bit difficult. I was watching it around my mum's before my friend picked me up on that front. So yeah, I wasn't going to do a stream, but I thought, no, I'll do one anyway, because I always like doing a stream in the afternoon. How did football go? Did they win? Because I know you was going to watch your footy. I don't watch football, I don't get time. 2-1, nice one. Well, you know, it was a 2-1 situation, where everyone won. So yeah, it must have been good because he got a smiley face. So what he's done is, obviously, he buys tons of retro stuff. He goes to these big retro events up in Manchester. I can't, it's too far. I'm not travelling up Manchester. I've moaned about bloody driving to King's Lynn, it was bad enough. So he obviously got me some free magazines. Obviously, he's quite big at the show. He does all the retro, he does the big retro events. And these books, so obviously some of these are $4.99. I can see the price of them. So these were some of the leftover, and he said, "Would you like these?" I said, "Yeah, I'd love some." Brand new books, so I've got a bit of retro to read, and he also got me this book, which is the Florin's Hall of ZX Spectrum games, and it's brand new. It's obviously a lovely book by Paul Davis. And it's the ZX, all about the history of the games of the ZX Spectrum. Obviously, like, tells you how the games were made. And it's quite a few pages. Renegade, some right good classics in here. So I've got a little bit of reading and studying. So I thought, oh, that's actually quite nice. And in amongst it, he actually did give me a lovely picture. He got me a couple of pictures, actually. So he said, I've got you some really nice surprises here. So first of all, he's got me this lovely pyramid game. It was obviously, I don't know what game this was of, but it's been signed. It's got a signature. So really nice touch. So I don't know what this type of game was and what type of issue it was, but it was signed, and actually, you know, it was all framed up, and I went, oh, that's nice. What else did he get me? Let's just have a quick look. He did get me. He also got me a Back to the Future sort of like insert thing. Nice little bit of wall art there. So I thought, oh, I might be able to get something from that front. So he's got me one of them, and also he got me this. he got me a Back to the Future picture frame of the car. So I thought, oh, that's cool. I like that. So I thought, I've got a couple of little bits actually to put up. So I thought, nice little finishing touches. So I thought, yeah, I can put them up. So I thought, yeah, it'd be quite nice. So, because I thought, actually, come to think about it, I thought it's got to. Obviously, I had to change the cover because all the others were rotten. Obviously, the other one had all black powder stuff and stuff on it. So yeah, I've got a couple of magazines to read. I mean, as if I've got enough to do, but I'll get round to reading them one of these days. But it's just nice that it's there. So I thought, oh, it's a nice little finishing touch. And what it is, Andy, obviously, I had to put this on charge because it didn't have much charge in it. So this is the one that Andy done for us. And done it, and he done a blinding job as usual. He does, so thank you, And much appreciated on this front. And I thought, let's go through the software. Let's put the software on. Let's get this done at the end of the day. Otherwise, I'm not going to get it done. I've got too much retro stuff to get through. I thought, well, it's part of retro. It's a bit of a late time on these ones. And but Andy said something about you look through the vents, and you can actually see when you power this up. I mean, obviously, these are enough counter sunk in on these fronts. So he says, basically, you hold it down and wait for it to power up, and then you'll see the blue light or something, and then it'll flash green. So, hopefully. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, so, you know, it's a nice little touch. So, that one. So, obviously, I did charge it up. I didn't see a little charge. I didn't see a charge symbol because I had to go out. So hopefully this is charged up, or is the battery gone completely flat? You know, no, my luck, the probably battery's gone completely flat. So yeah, it's just powered up now. Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay. We'll give it a little while. It might be one of them. But it's shut down again. Oh, right, okay. No, it's obviously it's me. So there you go. She's back on. So like you said. Now, obviously, if I remember correctly, you said hold down the plus and the negatives, the plus, and it does. It goes straight into Nintendo. So I assume that's obviously a bypass if you want to play your games online, because obviously with Nintendo Switch, that if you try to do that with the chip, obviously it can lead you to a ban, which you don't want. So booting into this mode will just go normal mode, which then obviously once you put the software on, it's not connected to the internet. But I'm not going to connect it to the internet because this is obviously on version 1901, and the maximum, what I think Andy says, is no more than 20.05. So I'm going to leave it on there, and we're going to grab the software. Yeah, just hold it down and it should hack boot. So yeah, so hopefully on that front, so which will be quite cool. So what we're going to need to do first is let's go and grab some software and we can get this downloaded. So I'm going to power this off for a minute, power it off. So it's fully charged, so it must have charged it. The battery, I mean, remember, it's been sitting in the box for close for nearly a year. I'm actually amazed that the battery didn't deplete completely from it and completely go tits up. So, you know, normally these type of machines, especially these are not great for leaving long periods of time, because once the battery completely depletes, you could actually, you know, the battery might not ever wake again because it will just be completely dead, and it might take a long time, and it's really hard to try and revive these batteries. I know how finicky these are. These are no different than the Steam Decks and the Lenovo Legion Go, so it works the exact same way. I don't know what milliamp batteries these last and how long the batteries last for, but it wouldn't take long to find out, get the info on that front. Oh, someone's come to say hello today, because obviously he knows I've got sandwiches up here, and he's only just realised it's the sandwiches, and he's only interested in the sandwiches, this big goofer at the end of it. And he can bugger off because he's not having my sandwiches, right? So they're obviously not for cane courses, definitely not. So first things first, obviously I've got to see if I can source a SD card. Now, if I remember correctly, on these, weren't these the long? Am I saying these were the long cards on these, or these were the standard SD cards? Because I can't remember. I think I've got some standard SD cards. No, go on, give him one. No, well, I'll prove it, right? This is how much this dog eats, right? Watch this. I'll give him some of me sandwich, right? This see how. Watch my fingers. This is going to be a very quick tutorial of how not to feed a dog, right? So I'm going to give a sandwich, right? Sit down, right? Now watch, because the glue will start coming out, and when he starts gluing, right? Now Pico, obviously Worms ain't here to see it, but obviously this monster will devour anything in its path. Now what we got in here? We got cheese, ham, and onion relish, right? I might as well give him one because he's going to demolish half of it anyway, right? So we're going to count down, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Watch. That's it, gone. Well, that's it. Now I've only got one sandwich. That's gone. That's how quick he can eat a sandwich. But you know, literally I've got a lap front. But yeah, so yeah, you can see how quickly he can devour a sandwich, literally within milliseconds. So now I've gone from 2 sandwich to 1 sandwich. So obviously that's obviously my dinner. So obviously he can bugger off. He's not going to eat that one at all, right? Because this monster will swallow anything. Last night, like I had a little bit of watermelon. And yeah, it's the way he just looked at the other one. Yeah, he can do you know what, Pico? He can carry on bloody looking because he ain't getting another one. Otherwise, I'll have nothing. Right? He went to try and eat half a banana, and he nearly swallowed the skin and the whole of the banana in one. And trying to get it out of his big gob, it's really hard work. So that monster devours everything in his pathway on that front. Now, obviously, so Car4's in. How you doing, Car4? How you doing, my friend? Glad you joined it at the end of it. Right, so obviously, I've got to make sure we got an SD card. Now, and what SD card is? This is a standard SD card, right? So this is obviously, is it a special SD card on these that these can only use? Because that's not going in. Yeah, don't tell me it's like the ones. No, that's a game card slot. Oh, is it? Oh, fuck. Well, it goes to show I don't take much notice, did it? The SD card's underneath the stand. Thank you, my friend. I thought, oh, there you go. So it's underneath there. I thought, fuck me, what? They put it up here and you can't put it in. So, right. So I think I can see what you mean. Oh, it's a micro SD. Ah, right. So, right under. Fuck me, they did that well, didn't they? At the end of it, so it's micro SD. Well, I've got loads of micro SDs. Good, because that means then I ain't got to use any of these big bulky bloody SD cards. You know what I was thinking? I must have used these ones. These must have been for the first ever switches. I think it must have been for that. Oh no, Worms, you just missed it. Worms, you literally just missed the dog eating a sandwich in one go, and he was gluing, hot glue, and he was gluing. He was actually gluing. The glue was all coming out. So yeah. So yeah, you've definitely missed there, my friend. So you ain't having my other bloody sandwich. So no, he can bugger off on that front. He's not getting no more. So obviously, let me put these up here for a minute because obviously this is my Game Boy Advance. Good, we got the team back in, so that's one good aspect. So obviously, now I know I've got some micro SD cards, but the trouble is they've got images on, which I've got to be careful here. Oh, that dropped a bit of paper in. Right, well we don't need that. No, that's not. Yeah. So we've got some here, but I'm trying to look for, I did have another one. I don't know where that is. Let me have a look. Now, obviously I've got a Raspberry Pi, right? So I've got a couple of these micro SD cards and some of these are quite big. I've got a 256, there's a 32. I don't even know what's on this chip. So obviously I'm going to need transferring to put these on. But a good thing is I can go through it. Yeah, I don't watch the soft. I don't really want to do the software side of it. Did you know what? I don't blame you. I mean, it's not too bad, but it's a bit involving, but it should be fine. I'm just here to learn today. Well, the funny thing is, I'm going to see if I can try and put the custom software on this. So you're going to, you know, if you want to come along for the ride, by all means, you'll see me. I won't cock it up because I'll sort of know what I'm doing anyway. On that front, I'll put the software on Andy's general selection. I don't blame you. They are, like you said, putting the software on. It's all right. Even, do you know what? You've done the hardest thing for me by putting the actual hardware on it, because that's obviously not the easiest task to do. And I wouldn't say that's for everyone, because look how small some of them bits you have to solder. This is why you really, if you're going to do soldering, you really want the finest solder tip like these, obviously to get right in them boards. This is why I said, recommended to Carrefour, I said get yourself that soldering iron. It's bloody blinding at the end of the day. Oh no, we got the flickering, we got the flicker, it's flickering. We got the disco going. I'd love to someone else do a kamikaze live. Yeah, you're right. Do you know what, the trouble is, the trouble with the kamikaze mod, like you've done on there, is that if you do that wrong, you break the entire system. It's not the easiest thing to do. It's really difficult. Yeah, my switch is better. I'm on the Choco switch. Oh right, this Chico switch. So yeah, I think I know the one you mean on that. So I've got to try and look for. So this is going to be fun doing this. I did have. Give me 1 minute, guys. I've got to try and dig out, because like I said, I've only just got in and I thought I'd jump straight on the stream, because I normally I'll do a stream in the afternoon. Ah, there she is. Is that it? Is that the one? I think that is. Can I call you Mister? What we got there? We got a 64. We got a 64 gigabyte. I don't know what's on these, so I do need to find out. Yeah, no way I would even do a kamikaze without a lot of practice. Do you know what, Worms? I wouldn't. I wouldn't even attempt it. This is what I said. You know, obviously I can see why you don't like doing them, Andy, because obviously it's a pain in the arse. They're not the easiest things to do. You know, was dunked in. Yeah, Worms' switch was dunked in chocolate. Yeah, it probably did go down too great, innit? 1 lump or 2. You think, oh no, quick, change the subject. Right, I've obviously got some micro SD cards up here. Yeah, see, I thought I did. I've got a 2 gigabyte on that one. Fuck it, I've got bloody cards strewn all over the place. The trouble is, I think I did have a 256, and I think it's here. No, that's a 64. Got another 64 there. Fuck me, why is this bloody screen? Hang on, guys. Let me sort this screen out. Fuck's sake, this screen. It's like a disco. Obviously, it don't obviously help. It's bloody 4K camera, as usual. Diabolical joke. Right, okay. The dog's off again. Obviously, he thinks he's going to get the other sandwich. That's why he keeps looking. Look, it keeps this big bacon lugs one here. He's just swallowed one of my bloody sandwiches. Disco stream.
Whoa,
It's literally a disco screen. Yeah, literally at the board. So I'll put it up to about 1800 seconds.
King in the castle.
On that phone.
Have
so,
a chair,
yeah,
I have
but
a chair.
I've got to get the other stream bits set up. So at least we managed to get one set up.
King.
So yeah, But yeah, so I've got to try and look for. I've got to try and look for that other. I've got a 256. And can I? I've got a 256 on one of these. Is there a limit that I can put on these without it not? Because obviously, if it's too big, it won't sit in a partition. Because I know how finicky these things. Is it up to 128 or 256? Because I have got a 256. I know I have. I've got 64s. I've got a 32. I've got two 32s, and I've got two 64s on that front. I thought I had a 128. Fuck, where that's gone. I ain't got a clue. Yeah, you can reset that look and give him another one. Recommend the 256 minimum. Right, good. Right, okay. I'll look for the 256. Just before I go and look for it, did any of you guys watch Pico's channel and give it a thumbs up? Because I did. I found it really fascinating. He obviously, I was pointing in the right direction, but he obviously, as usual, he does his magic. And the point that I was pointing to that was having issues with the cut-off mechanism on that, obviously, it looks like they're like I did put in that description. I said I think someone's been in this before me, and it looks like they've butchered round because all the casing was broke. That's straight away, that's a telltale sign, because if no one's been in it, that would have been broke like that. Obviously he sorted that out, but it's obviously still not getting power, so that's why we're waiting for the part 2 on that front. So yeah, I thought if anyone's that haven't watched it, please go into his Discord channel. I could put a link in there and go and watch it, because I thought it was really fascinating. So looking forward for part 2 of the thing on it. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, hoping he might be able to repair it, you know, at the end of the day. Obviously I couldn't do nothing with it, so I thought I'd pass it over. So and I think he's got some other bits to part. I've passed some other bits over to him, so hopefully he might be able to do does his magic. After recording that, I cut off that solenoid and took it out, and it's shorted, and it's tried to source the replacement in the forums. Right, I ain't giving up on it. No, I did say to you, I said it's a bit of an hit and miss, you know, obviously. The woman hasn't got back to me with that record player. Regardless, I've got back to her twice now. I've sent her messages, no reply. Absolutely no. I don't know why people do it. They're absolutely a joke. They you know, you tell them, you send them messages, they can't even have the common decency. Right, I found on my Raspberry Pi here, I've got a I did have a 128. I've got a 128, but I did have a 256. Like you said, a 256 would be recommended, because I want to partition and put Windows Linux on this as well, because Linux can run Raspberry Pi, which that's what it runs on. So I do want to run it on multiple systems on this if I can do so. Can't see why not. I've had one person message me, but they part there was it was on earlier. Oh, yeah, see, an earlier model. That's the only thing, isn't it? You know, you can't. Not everything's backward. You know, you can't just take bits off one. It doesn't work like that. You're right. You're exactly right. Which is a bit of a nuisance, to be honest. Right, let me go and have a look for that 256. Give me 1 minute, guys. So, where's my glasses? Can't see. The dog's still sitting down here because he thinks he's getting that remaining sandwich. And I can assure you, he is not getting that sandwich, because we got. That's why that big bloody goofer there keeps looking at my sarnie. Right, he's already swallowed one sandwich. You see how much it didn't take him long, did it? Go for his gullet. Right, glasses. Bunsen. No, you swallowed enough of my sandwiches, you dick. Right, you ain't having another one. I've got to find that bloody 256. It won't be in my bedroom. It's got to be in here. It's the only place it can be, because I did not put it anywhere else. So that 256 is going to be in here. So let me have a ganges and see what comes out. Big old bronzy. It's always that bronzy. Bronzy. It's always that bloody bronzy. Bugger off at the end of the day. it don't help. I can't fucking see nothing. It's so dark over there. It's unreal. Nah, go on, give it to him. Yeah, nah, then I'll have no sandwiches. I've already gone down from 2, now down to 1. Obviously, you know what he's like. These big dogs, they don't chew, they just swallow. I mean, you know, I gave him a bit of watermelon last night. He just swallowed it, the rind and all. He didn't know what the rind was. He thought, oh, that'd be all right. I'll just swallow it. So I thought, no, he can bugger off. He ain't swallowing the other one. That dog says I'm going to be streaming for about 4 hours and I'm starving. Please give it to him. Yeah, definitely. Well, at least I found me controller for me projector. I thought I lost that, you know, so that'll come in there. That definitely come to some good use at some point. I'm trying to look for that other 256 because I know I had it. What it is, I'll put it in one of them. I'll put it in one of these cards, right? I'll pull it into one of these. I know I did. I can't find it. For the love of God of me, it's like everything else. Everything's just such a complete and utter nightmare to try and work out. Well, where did you pull it last? You know, something to lecture. Yeah, definitely. It ain't on the table, is it? Oh, look, I can cut myself there. How the bloody hell have I done that? Jesus. I'm a walking disaster. Absolutely am walking disaster. No. No. Well, it's got to be up on that shelf. Let me have a look on that shelf. It's got to be. It's the only place I can put it. Right, so we've got all these bloody bits up here. I honestly thought, well, I've got it, but it looks like I'm going to have to use the 128. I mean, it don't matter, the 128 is going to have to do. That's obviously, but I did have a 256, but for the love of God of me, I cannot find this 256 at all. Oh, that's a shame. Well, where's that damn blaster? No, ain't there. No, it's not there. Not there. 2 gigabyte, no. Buggers. I can't think of what else I would have used that in. I don't think I would have. I like formatting, I know that. Because I had to plug it in. It ain't dropped down here, is it? No, not dropped down here. That's the Razer keyboard. Nope. Well, and obviously I put my glasses down and got a fucking clue where I put them, and I can't even see that screen. So I need my goggles, at least need my goggles. This is a good start of the fucking screen, isn't it? Lose my glasses, lost in their 256 card. Do you know what, guys? I don't even know what I've done with my glasses. I am absolutely screwed. Searching for. Oh, yeah. What it is, I put my glasses down and I can't even find my goggles. And I can't even see about a foot in front of me. I'm literally blind like a badger. You know. Trouble is, I did have. Obviously, I must have took my glasses down and put them somewhere. So give me a minute, and then obviously now I can't even find them. Bits of soldering iron. Great. I've got to find at least my goggles. Fuck. Bits on that card. Look, I've got bits of board there for the these are iPacks. These are for arcades. No, it's in the kitchen. Is it? Don't even know what the keys were. Fucking what? I've got bits of ribbon cable here. I think that's for a PlayStation 2. Fucking what's that doing in here? I'll have to have a look for the. Oh, there's the game. Is that a game one? I was looking for that. Fuck's sake. Look, it's in here. Look. These are the game ones. I was looking for that the other day. I thought, well, where's that gone? Well, there's the game one, so I can put that in. Hold up. This has got a micro SD card in. £128GB. I'll keep that out. It'll be in there with it. Fuck me, look. Who the fuck uses? Who uses these? You ever seen one of these? Look, the old iPods. Look, the iPod, the what's name ones. Obviously, just dump all your music on. And what's this? 1GB. What's that gonna fucking put on? A couple of songs. It's an old iPod. Look, it's got it on there. Don't even know if that works. Wow. Obviously, trying to look, because I thought, oh, I've got my board there. Can't believe I fucking lost my goggles there. Fuck, yeah, ain't good, innit, eh? I put things down, I'm actually the world's worst for. Yeah, you start off with your stream, didn't you? Yeah, number one, lose your glasses. Rule number two, I know I've got one, but where have you got one? I'm in the kitchen, obviously, in the kitchen. Let me try in the kitchen. Because I can't find the love of God in me. Where did I put my goggles down on there? And then I thought I'd normally put them on the radiator or something. They ain't next to Shaking Stevens, so I know that I'm safe there, in that front, and they're definitely not on this table. Because I thought, have I put them up somewhere? And I thought, because I can't see it, let me have a quick look in the kitchen. Or, let me look. No, where was it? that is the most bizarre thing I've ever come across. That I've put something down, and you're thinking, well, where have you put it down? And I'm trying to trace back my steps because I took them off my head. I know I come in with them. Just check my coat pocket, see if they was in there. No, it ain't on the chair. It's got to be on this bloody table somewhere. It has to be. It can't be anything else. That's the way it has. That's the fault. Obviously, I must have took them off. Having a quick look. Ain't gone down the back here, have they? No. Ain't gone in the box. No. I've not put them over here. Right. Obviously, not in. They're not going to be in them bits because I have to put that in. I'm just trying to recalibrate my steps to thinking, well, what did you move before you last put them in? Obviously, I had me. Put them on in there. That's gone up there. They would have been up there because I would have seen them at that front. The dog's ate one sandwich, so I thought, right, well, okay, it's one sandwich, is it? He ain't ate my glasses because I'd have noticed if he'd had them, I'd have heard them crunch. So, obviously, bloody Nora. For crying out loud. He's now sitting up there. Right. Oh, I'm really gutted because now I fucking lost my goggles. Oh, we are. Found them. Sorry, guys. You know what I've done? Because I couldn't see them when I was rushing around. Found them. Right, now I can see a lot better. The dog's on the phone also looking for the roll. Yeah, well, he can bugger off. He ain't eating that one. Right. Now I've got my goggles back, so that's good. I couldn't find that 256. For the love of God of me, I haven't got a clue where that's gone. And he's now fucking sitting there with his big head and he's thinking, can I have that sandwich? Can I have it? Can I have the sandwich? Please, can I have that sandwich? And I know he keeps looking at the sandwich, you know, with these big bloody lugs. So, well, for the love of God of me, I don't know where that 256 has gone. I formatted it because it was partitioned into something. he ain't having it. Look, he can have some of the water. No, don't want the water. I'd rather have the sandwich because he knows the sandwich is up here. I'm gonna have to take the information off that 128, format it, and can I, if I want to partition, off the top of my head, if I partition can I use exFAT on the partition instead of FAT32? Would it still read in circuit? Because I know some of these switches, they're a bit finicky about reading in partition wise. I'm pretty sure because the exFAT is just an extension. Because obviously anything above 4 gig, it won't format, it won't see anything. You'll try and dump it, on that front. So I can put this back now on that. Don't know where that SD card's gone. I thought it was in here. This is obviously 64 gigabyte. Let me put this back on the shelf because obviously this is me Game Boy Advance. I thought it was behind there. It won't. It ain't in this, is it? No. But got one of these little thermal printers. Got these off the TikTok shop. Great for like doing little labels and things, right? It's easy to corrupt. Now, format FAT32 exFAT is not very reliable, right? Okay, fair enough. These little thermal ones, right? Obviously, you can buy these off the TikTok. I think they're about £10 or something. You can print them out. I forgot how to bloody open these. I'm pretty sure. Oh, here we go. So obviously, you've got the thermal paper inside it. And these are great if you want to put like labels on something like them with all the components on the side. Obviously, because it's thermal paper, you can. And I've also got some sticky label ones, so you can just peel them off and stick them. Great little device now, and you know it's obviously battery operated. Probably battery's flat. I've only used it once, so obviously I've got an adapter on that. So first thing I'm going to have to do is dump the. This is obviously this 128 on this Raspberry Pi. It's got image on this, and these are hard to bloody get hold of to get the image off. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the image off it and copy it to the hard drive in that front. So obviously I just use one of these cheap adapters. These ones obviously 64. Like you said, ideal. You do really want to. You really do want a 256, which will be quite happy to have. You know, which I have got one, but for the love of God of me, I've like everything else. Yeah, the image is completely on there. So let me switch you to display capture, and then I could sort of go from. I'll need to dump this off that card. So let's create a new terminal folder, and we're going to call it right. Let's rename this first of all. Where's the take the there, and we're going to call this rasp file. Do not tell. Yes, it's short for Raspberry Pi. Do not delete it. So what we need to do, obviously, because this is going to be in a booting command at the end of the day, so I'm going to do that. Control cut. I'm going to just copy and paste. Cool. So now we got that on the desktop. I ain't got to worry about that now, because now we can literally hold up. So we can downloads. We're going to dump that into that move, so we can get rid of that. Cool. So now we've got rid of that, we can now get rid of that file. And what we can do on that front, we are gonna format, click format, FAT32, oh right, okay, ain't got FAT32, great, okay, well I'm gonna have to do that straight away. I'm gonna have to get a file and run FAT32. Now, you honestly think that would be a FAT32 command, and you'll be able to get that? Obviously, obviously, it's not going to be the case. Lovely. Again, why ain't this coming up? Why can't they just, you know, obviously in the downloads folder, we've got nothing in the downloads folder. So straight away, this is a good command then, isn't it? Right. Let's try a different source. Can't be asked at the end of the day. That's partition magic at the end of the day. Fucking hell. Why do, you know, literally guild format. No, I don't want to use that. It's going to be full of fucking ads. Mini partition wizard. Yeah, free download. Yeah. But the trouble is, I mean, any of these are going to be fine to actually run it. But I only want to just literally convert it. Yeah, latest phone. Let's try it again. It should come up. It should pop up here. Right. So if that's going to be the case, let me copy that. Right. Minimize the link. And we are going to go into... We're going to Edge. Could be an Edge thing. No, we got no. Obviously, he still can't fucking download this. This is fucking diabolical joke. I mean, obviously, why can't you just download the program and be on your way? Why? Relaunch the download. No. Unbelievable. Format the SD card in FAT32 and I'm done. It's simple. Yeah, it won't let me do it because as soon as I try to go into format, right, FAT32 is not there. It's grade. It's not even. It don't even exist. All you got is let's do it NTFS first. Start, and then what I do. And then I'll try FAT32. It could be the file format it's been. It's the way they've designed it. Right, hold up a minute. Well, we've got an issue there straight away. He's seeing it as 57 meg. Well, that's not right. That's obviously not. That's not right at all. So what I'm going to have to do, right, because that's going to cause a problem straight away. So I'm going to have to take the card back out. 57 meg. I've just fell in, right. So I'm going to have to take the card out. Bung it in my other machine. I use Rufus. Oh yeah, Rufus. Yeah. Let me download Rufus. Forgot all about Rufus. Well mentioned. Yeah, Rufus does on that front. So yeah, let's go back to that and I'll download Rufus because it's only a small program, Rufus. Well, that's a good shout. Thanks, Worms. Yeah. And it's obviously we can go down to Rufus. Should have thought of that. Rufus 4.1. Yeah, let's go to a portable version. Yeah, should be alright. Just download that. Rufus exe. Now, obviously, that's downloaded. Fucking. So the boot partition is seen it up here as a 125 on that front. And what we want to do is use this as not MS-DOS, non-bootable. MBR, 32 kilobytes. The largest FAT, which is, we got FAT32 there. FAT32, the largest. There you go. FAT32 default, boot name. We'll take that off, and it's non-bootable. And then that way we can then just start it or just clear it. So hopefully 64, is it 32? So we're going to leave that on there. Right, click start. Cool. Hopefully. We'll just get it back into that front. It's formatting it. So that's all right. We can put it on there at least. Get it up to 27. Non-bootable. 28. So yeah, it's going to take a little while. It's sort of fucking stuck on 28% there. Unbelievable. Yeah. See samples. Yeah, it's when you do that with the whole card, it's a bloody nuisance. I mean, you know why? Because Raspberry Pi runs on Linux, right? And Linux has to be partitioned in its own sort of way. This is why portable apps on the tablets or another. So it's the same with the Switch. The Switch, very similar to the Raspberry Pi. This will have to be formatted so it talks to the Linux operating system, because you can't run anything else on Raspberry Pi. It's Linux only. It's purely a Linux-based operating system. So once you do that, then you've got the whole interface, which is great, because if I can put Linux on there, there's different versions. You can go Linux distro, and then I can put a Raspberry Pi image straight on that Linux operating system, and then I've got Raspberry Pi images. I'll dump that straight on, and that will give me all of the arcades of literally running it. But you have to run it through Linux. But it's a pain in the ass. But Linux is really difficult to set up. It's not the easiest. It's just not. Trying to configure, it doesn't always see the triggers. You do left, it'll go bloody right, and then it tries to look for a controller. So then you've got to disable the controllers. Yeah, I'll give up. In the end, it done my head in the end. But I went back and I configured it. I did do it. So right, obviously we got an installation problem here. Yeah, it failed. Right, okay. Right, errors. I'm opening that bloody card. If it can't, then what I do, I'll take this card, dump it in mine, and I've got a special piece of software, Partition Magic, and I can sort of format it in that aspect. Well, it's got exFAT default, so let me do it, but it's only coming up at 119 gig, because obviously, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this out, dump it in mine, and I'll format it properly in FAT32. No, he still didn't like it in Rufus. It's corrupted the card. Obviously, it didn't like that at all on that phone. So, fucking pain in the arse. So I'm going to take the card out. Fella. Another fella portable user. Yeah, exactly. I hate installing crap useless stuff. This is what you've got to be careful when you're installing stuff on there, because there's a lot of clickbait saying click on this, you think you're downloading a file, and it dumps a load of shit on there. You've got to watch in websites. I don't fall for it. That's why I always look for alternatives, because you'll see a good site, it'll say download now, and then it'll dump loads of other crap on. And then you can't get it off, because again, the administrator seems to block it, so you can't take it off. Now you've got to use the third-party app to take that program off, and it's not easy to do. So I'm going to dump this in mine, and I'll do it on mine, and let it format it, do its magic. I've got partition. I've got the full program on my big PC, and it's basically Partition Magic Wizard, and it goes the list. So when I do all my partition stuff, I use that because it's a really in-depth program. It's really it looks complicated to use. It's not. It looks daunting because you've got all these options, but it gives you a list on the side of what you want to do if you're having problems with hard drives, if they're clicking, it will tell you what sector is bad. It's a really good program. But you know, like you said, it does. I did get a portable. I did pay for the version. Let's open up. Oh, it's called Disk Genius. Not partition, what is it? Disc Genius. It's actually a free version. I've got a free copy of it, so yeah, unformatted. Yeah, it's a fault. It's not been formatted properly. So I'm going to go to format, delete all of the partitions on that front. It says you sure? Yeah, cool. And then I can do a quick partition. And then what we can do, we can convert that to safely reload, modify, convert to general partition, table P, restore, erase sectors. So what we want to do, we want to erase this, select that, click OK, 25 that with that, finish prevention that, click erase disk, erase the disk. Erasing warning, it does come up. Warning on that front. Once you do that, you cannot go back. Right, I'm going to leave that running its magic. Right, so that's totally giving whatever it was, that program, obviously it corrupted it. So obviously I've now downloaded, it's coming up there, right sector error. So obviously whatever that is now telling me from 256, it's now come up with errors literally on that disk itself. So it's whatever it is, I couldn't even get the fucking, it's corrupted it. So partition wizard, yeah, but this Genius is quite good because it really goes in depth on that. But partition wizards is another one. Is that a genuine SD card? That's, do you know what, I didn't even get that before. I think you're right. Yeah, it's a genuine one. It's a genuine scan disc. So obviously, I've never had this before. Like, you know, it's a 128 and it is a class 4. So obviously the 10 class is on that. What's that? Is that yeah, car 4? Yeah. Well, what's a car 4? No, hold up. I can't read the message. Put it. If all of the platters are in the microwave, it'll fill it even faster. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, obviously, if I put that in the microwave, it'll be good night. That's it. That's not coming alive no more. Seriously. Right, let me stop this because obviously. Close the program. Cancel. Let's try that again. So go back to that. Let's go back to PC. No, it ain't even picking that up. So it's not even on there because the partitions are deleted. What I need to do is go back into the program and open it up. What a nightmare. Right. Partition. Right, obviously I want clusters 1. So default system label NTF FAT32. There you go. Right, and we align it and we will do the partition. Right, cool. Let's see if that comes up with any more bloody errors. I remember getting an Android working off the Switch, and the spare SD card took a while to figure out. The dog ate the SD card, and now I cry. Oh no! Quick! What a disaster! No, we got errors. It's coming up errors. I can't even quick file partition it. So this one, I'm going to have to run a deep logic on that one. So obviously I can't use that card. Now this is really screwed me up because now I've only got one more SD card to go through, which is 128, which is another. No, that's a 2 GB. There's another one up there with a 128. The dog wanted an upgrade in memory. Oh no, quick. Oh no, the bloody dog's at it. Well, I mean, I can't blame the dog on this one. Yeah, she's still alive, but the only is, it was only a small bit left of it. Oh no. Oops. Fucking dog's at the card. You're thinking, oh God, really? No. What a disaster. Well, this is a good start, guys, isn't it? I can start off, and I can't find a 256 card. I only had the 128. Now that's corrupted. Fucking, it's the only card that's fucking corrupted, and I can't use it. That's a 2 gigabyte. Obviously, that's no fucking good. What's that going to put on? Well, the only other big ones I've got on here are 64s. Well, that's not going to put a lot on, is it? Hot Cows is still telling the dad jokes. Oh no, quick. So, yeah, I'm going to be, I've got to admit, I'm going to be totally screwed on this point. Well, this fucking started off well, didn't it? Start off with one bit. And now, obviously, now I've corrupted, and I've corrupted a 128 card now, and it's the only one I've got. Fucking hell, unbelievable. I can't even, literally with the card on it. No, I can't gild it. It's trying to convert. Reset bad sectors, that's it. The bad sectors have been cleared. Right, okay. Let's see if I can try and... Give me 1 minute, guys. Let's see if I can try to restore file image to disk, back up the disk image, erase sectors. So I want to try to erase the partition. Obviously, formatted. That, okay. It's unformatted. But erase partition. Select the partition. Don't want to do that. I really want it removed. Click erase. Correct. Check and correct errors. Continue to save. Warning: all data and partitions will be lost and never be recovered. Well, that's obviously on that front. So it says on there, are you sure you want to erase? Yeah, click erase, click OK. Right. I think that is complete, but we did get an error. We've got an error on there for some reason, and I don't know why we've got an error, but obviously, hopefully, erase also delete all partitions. Delete. But the card's coming up as a red triangle, which is not great. So, restore image, convert back to disk mode, reset bad sectors, modify every fucking hell options on here. Quick partitions. Let's just see if we can discard. Click custom 1. Create partition, which would be that GPD FAT32 or X. Yeah. You see if it come up. I think it won't because it's got a red triangle on it. I think it tried it before and it just come up and said no, sorry. Yeah, it keeps coming up. Trying to read the disk from data error cycle. It's a redundancy check. Oh god, this is not good. This card's really corrupted now. It's completely unreadable. It's coming up literally one after the other. Data. I wonder if the actual machine, once I put it in, that it might, because what I might be able to do is I might be able to put it in and then the machine might format it, but then if it can't do it on there, then obviously it's going to be corrupted. Modify, format current partition. No, it can't read from the data. So obviously, I've corrupted the data on that. It's completely corrupted. You should have bought loads to sell. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. So obviously something's gone badly wrong there. It's completely corrupted by trying to thing on it. It looks like I'm gonna have to run a deep thing. That's gonna have to be off camera. So I'm going to have to use one of these 32 64 gig cards, which is going to be a right pisser because I'm not going to be able to put as much on there. Obviously I can't. I mean, that was the only 128 I had on here. Obviously the 256, fucking God knows where that's gone. I just haven't got a clue where that card is gone on there. It won't be in amongst that lot because obviously I put it on there. No, that's what I was at. What, please? 5 what? 5. So I'm gonna have to use take this out. We'll run it on. We'll run one of these and have a quick gauge and see what's on the SD side. Where's that? Let me take that thing out. Or 4. All memory is getting expensive. Well, that's the trouble. It does. The memory is, at the moment, it's the most expensive part. If you have a look at DDR5 memory at the minute, I'm going to have to shut this down. Right, obviously I can't use that. So I've really fucked that card up. That's really gone pear-shaped, that card on there. So that, obviously I can't use that 128. It's corrupted it, completely corrupt. So I'm going to have to take this 64, which is not ideal, but at least they give me some software on it. And I don't know how the bloody hell I managed to do that. I ain't got a clue. DDR5 at the moment, I kid you not, for 128 gigabyte or 6, yeah, something like that. It was £250. Fucking, I mean, are they on another planet? Who's going to pay that? Obviously, you've got to be absolutely brain dead to pay that type of money. Yeah, it's not ideal. Fucking literally, RAM is just so expensive. Literally. Right, let's switch to 64 one. I mean, how hard is it just to try and format 60? You know, to try and format a card. You obviously Windows won't pick it up. This obviously this ain't fucking picking it up. Holy smokes! No, not seeing none of these cards. Right, okay, turn it off. It's not even flagging up. Mickey Mouse or what? Let's try that one. I know these have got images on, but I can take the images off. It's not a problem. Oh, here we go. There we go. Have we got one there? It's probably going to say no. Can't read it. Can't read that. You let me see backup. It's the 32. It's on its own. If it gets bigger, then faster cards. Yeah. The dog's come over again. He obviously thinks that I'm going to give him that other sandwich. Well, he knows. He obviously knows that he's not getting the other sandwich because I'm not bloody giving it to him. This is flashing at the top, but it can't seem to read from it. Fucking right. Okay, turn it off. Fucking hell, wow. Literally, I only want to put a poxy image. Just take an image off it. Seriously. I ain't even started yet, and I've run into an headache already. Literally. This one won't even read. Wow. That one won't even read. I don't know what is going on with these cards. Seriously, I can't seem to get it. Let's take that one out. Let's put that one back in this card. Fucking Jesus. It's flashing. Ah, that's better. So it looks like the bloody card's reading on that one. So, alright, if that's the case then, right, let's put that 128. It could have been the bloody card reader, like the adapter one. It could be causing it. Let's try that 128 again and see if I can refresh it.
Have a chair, I have a chair. Oh, go do this, go do this. King.
No, I've got nothing. Won't even light up. Oh, God. No, it won't even light up. It don't even like that at all. Wow. Well, obviously the other card did. Fucking hell, I only want a bleeding card to work. Jesus, seriously, come on. I mean, that one won't read. It just sits there with one single red light. I mean, that is just madness. Seriously, I've never known anything like it. Like this one seems to. Like Ventoy, it's got Ventoy written on that. If that's got Ventoy, I can format that. That's not a problem. 464. So I need to format. So what I'm going to do, buy, yeah, buy, format an A1 or 256. The cam is frozen. Oh no, the bloody cam is froze again. Thanks guys. Let me format this. So fucking what? I might just literally. I can't have something so simple because as soon as it does, it just freezes. Okay, literally unbelievable. Right. So I've got sort of one that's partly working. The other one's just sat there. He didn't like it for some reason. It just sat on one single solid red light. And now, obviously, this one's got Ventoy on, so I can format that. So I'm not bothered. But can I go FAT32? No, of course it can't. But I'll try. I'll take that Ventoy off, put NTFS, and then go FAT32. Fucking hell. Seriously. It's honestly, I've never owned anything like it in my life. Seriously, format the disc. Right. FAT32. I'll go into FS. Click that. Click yes. No, of course not. No, of course. Why wouldn't Windows want to format it? I can't even take a program off. I mean, for real. I haven't even started on the fucking thing yet, and yet I'm having issues of formatting a card. Wow. I mean, that is unbelievable. It can't format a fucking card. Wow. That is at this. It's literally out this world. It's even. Won't format it. Wow. It's coming up because it's seeing it on there. I can't believe this. I've never ever, in all the years, I've never had an issue where you can't even format, literally, you can't format it. Wow. I mean, what is the chances? What, I'm going to run out of cards because now Windows, see what I mean, with this 25H2. So now, 25H2 has been nothing but plagued with problems at the end of the day. And I won't put it, it's nothing wrong with the cards. I'll put that purely down to the literally the core system itself. It's obviously seeing, it can't even see a card without it not even being formatted. That's just madness, absolutely madness. But yeah, don't format the C by mistake. Fuck me, yeah, that's it. You'll come out the blue screen of death. You won't see nothing. It'll just say, sorry, Windows was unable to load. I've never, seriously, I've never owned anything like it. Like I said, trying to format a card, it'd be simple at the end of it. No, it's not that simple. What I'm going to try and do, because it might, I don't know if it's actually the, I put this one in, the adapter, it didn't like it. Put the scan disc in, it liked it. Right, so straight away, there's an issue there. Now the 128 is unreadable, right? It's completely ruined that one. This one, 32, it just sits there. Don't even know, it says what day is it? You just don't know what day it is. Now, that one's now become saying, sorry, we can't format it. Well, fuck me, the rate I'm going to run out of cards. I can't even format a 64 gigabyte card. Fucking hell. I thought it's, I've never had this issue in my life. Seriously, I've never had a problem to try and format it. So I'm going to have to try and look for. Jesus, seriously. Right, So I've got a couple of adapters, right? So I'm going to try different adapters because I can only put it down to adapters. Yeah, the adapter is on that is might be protected. I know you can flip the switch on the one side. Yeah, you're right, because there is a protection. Do you know what, And I didn't give that a thought. That could be, because look, it was up. I've just pushed it down. Let's give that a go again. Do you know what? I know it's a simple thing, but you don't get to think that. Now, by typing that in, it would be the same. Right, so let's go back into it and see if that picks that up. Let's have a look to see if we've got anything. Wow. Well, I've never had this issue before. Never, seriously. I'm going to put it down to that. It could be these Manky adapters. So let me try a different adapter and plug it into that. Yep, it was definitely an adapter. Right, I'm going to go NTFS label 64 gig and click format and see if that does it. Seriously, I've never had this, never run into this problem. Format complete, unbelievable. So it was literally, I kid you not, right? It was literally this adapter. Tried this one, and this one's been pretty good. Put it in there, yay! But out for curiosity, I'm going to eject it and see if I can try and do the 128, because that 128 will obviously be a much better. So I need to eject that because you can't just take these out, otherwise you're going to have you'll run into problems. You can corrupt the card itself. So obviously it's that is now formatted, that 64, so I can get somewhere. Thank fuck for that, Jesus. All for this, I've never, like I said, never run into this issue, never. It looks like I can't even read from that card at all. That 128. It's completely, whatever it was, it's completely ruined the card. Let's try to put that. If I could have, this would have been so much easier, because I would have rather had the minimum of a 128. It would have given me better impartition. Let's put that in directly. No, not reading at all. Can't get no reading from the card. So obviously the that 128 is really like it's a no-go. It literally is a no-go, which is a shame, because like I said, but I'm going to try a different adapter on that one and see if that will work it, because again, adapters do make an issue when it comes to these. But no, can't seem to get any life in that 128. So it don't matter, right? Okay, I'm not going to. So we'll scrap that idea then. We'll use this one, this 64 gigabyte. Not ideal, like you said. So obviously this one worked. That blue one is the biggest pile of crap going. So at least we've got. This is NTFC, so obviously I've got to format this in this card, so I need to quickly format and see if it now goes. No, it won't give me FAT32, it'll give me exFAT. Literally give me exFAT on that front. Format complete. So at least it's got into full X format, exFAT on that front. So it'll have to be on that front. Double check it, make sure that is. Go to properties, exFAT. Yeah. Don't know why it's graded out. Again, I bet that's a Windows thing that's done that. This is what I said about 25H2. It's caused some issues because, like you said, running along some of this stuff is obviously not the easiest. So first things first, we need, now we've obviously got exFAT on there, we need to download the software to get into the partition sheet. So yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is pretty sure it's Hetscape. Yeah, it is. It is. Hey Kate, I think, yeah. Let's have a look. Let me go into OBS and then I can point you in HE, so we can go into this Google HEKATE. Do. Hold up. Okay. That's the Wikipedia for that one. No, it's obviously not that one. Oh, mate, where is it? Back in software. Let me double check. Yeah, because I know it is. Let me copy. So spelled it wrong. All right, leave me alone, guys. Release, GitHub. Here we go. So obviously we're on here. Now obviously mine is version 1901. So I need to grab these obviously different. This is for latest version now. Supports 21. Right, wow. Right, okay. Well, that's interesting. So I need to go down into the download side on that. It's is the latest build. Version 1.81. Obviously 6.41. Yeah, Hetscape. That's the latest. So yeah. So yeah, it reformats in Factor if you're making partitions. Oh, I'm pretty. That's all right. Then, as long as it can get it into the partition, I'm not bothered on that front. Yeah. Just get that one. I will. I'll grab that one. I think you're right. I think I'll just grab the latest version and just download it. Get it from the GitHub. Code, obviously. Source code. We want the. Where's it? GitHub. Get score. Normally it's down here. They normally put a link here on the releases on this file. It says go to. It says on there go to file, but obviously it's on this section here. Might have to scroll down to actually go compiling. No, Bronson, you're not bloody eating it, right? So you can bugger off. You've already ate half of my sandwich, dick. No, you're not having another one. I mean, where's the file? That was 4 years ago. Some of these files, look, some of these files were 6 years ago. Wow. What? The fucking file ain't even on here then, so I can't even fucking seem to get the file. Wow. It supports 21, and what else will it support? Will it support no? Right, so obviously I can't use, because if it supports 21, it won't support 19. So I won't, obviously I'll have to get the 19 version of that, so it's just as well, because they've not put a link into it, so you can't get it, so it don't matter. I'll go back and then type in, what is it? 1901.01. Yeah, because it says on there, supports 21. So no, I can't, obviously it can't. Get to alternative updated switch to firmware stock at 1901. Oh God. Why? Again, why does everything have to be so experienced? on the Reddit forums. No other link. Fucking believable. Nothing on the link at all on that one. Atmosphere, that's package 3. Yeah, this is barely at the same. No links. I think, like you said, I might have to. I don't really want to update it to 1. Homebrew bootloader. Right. Show full correct. Show installed files. Edit view pack history on GitHub. Right, cool. Okay, might be able to get it on the GitHub file here if we can get it migrating. Obviously, this was, some of these were 2 weeks ago, so on that front. Let me go back into OBS, otherwise I can't see the message. Yeah, yeah. If it supports for everyone, so what I need to do is. I need the 19 version files. I didn't honestly think it was going to be grabbing the file was going to be easy enough to try and grab it at the end of it, but it obviously some of these GitHub files obviously show the full catalog. Actually, yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, look at what they've changed from 1.81, right? Obviously. This is 1.81 on that, and I've got to get obviously it's 1901. The changes in some of these based on there, and you can see what is changed. So it looks like on there, the partitions manager's FAT was created even further to improve, optimize performance for the FAT32 access. So it looks like the latest patch, obviously for this with partition manager, obviously this is what it looks like. This is what it's doing. So it looks like going in depth, but it says on there, in one case, it can't be reached because the error message will show up in several UK issues. See, this is what I'm saying. Obviously, they're still optimizing this by the sound of it, with some of these patches. So this is what I'm saying. You do tend to run into issues. But there should be for getting previous versions if you wanted to downgrade on that front. But obviously this is all the way up for 21. I mean, this was 2 weeks ago. Physically, it was 2 weeks ago. Looking at that, because on there, changes to that. Supports all boots to custom firm payloads. No more SD card removals. So obviously you can leave your SD card in there. But that was obviously, there was some issues that they needed to fix, because it says it on there. The options in the case SD card was inserted later was temporary failed. So they looked like there was some issues with 21, version 21. But now they look like they've partly booted it, because look, the Android, Linux and payload tools, no more SD card removals. It looks like you now can just leave the SD card in, but it's obviously created some issues, because there's a lot of changes in this, hell of a lot of changes. All of that's been changed, so they must have run into several issues, which they obviously did get. But this was version, this is the bootloader download site, so we can download counter MGS versions on that. Source view stats. So yeah, it looks like they've changed a few things even on that, looking on that version, but I still can't get, obviously that's for version 21. Well, I'm on 1901, so obviously I can't use that, because like you said, it won't boot. No, read Chris's, read what Chris typed. Hold up. Right, Mick, download the hack package from the Google. It's an all-in-one, several servers in download. Right, everything is save as download. Right, Swindon repairs. Right, so first things first, let me go into Discord. Why's fucking Discord take so bloody long to load up? Right, finally. Right, so okay, pending. Right, Chris. Cool. So Chris is obviously in the Discord on there, right? So we've added him into that point on that. There's nothing on Pico's site because, like you said, we're whilst they make. But we've got onto Chris's site, so I've accepted that, which is good. So if I scroll that down now, anything now flags up on that. So let me have a quick look. Yeah, I'll just use Discord browser. I'll just use a Discord browser now. Well, we're not looking. No, we're not looking for Chris. No, I was just adding him in. So right, right, Mick. Packs from Google, they're all in one saves, downloading everything in separate. So where's the obviously because there's got to be the patches, the previous patches for these, like for 19 going right back down to 18. I think it started off from 8 or 9, and then it goes all the way up to 21. So let's overread what Chris says on there. So the hat's from the Google, right? So the Google server. So really, I need to look for. We really need to look for the Google server, don't we? So obviously. Hey, got it. Thank fuck for that. Oh, Jesus. Password 585895. Brilliant. Okay. 5895. Cool. Okay, got it. Right. So let's go back into. Thank fuck for that. I ain't got a fuck about it. Right. It's encrypted. Yeah, well, of course it's encrypted. I need to open it first, you dick. Well, obviously, that's obvious, isn't it? What? Windows supports for encryption, C downloads pack, is currently unavailable. Oh, you are kidding me. Seriously? So what, it let me download it, and then it says it's unavailable. Wow. I mean, that is unbelievable. So I can't even grab that pack. Jesus. Thought, oh great, oh lovely, yeah, that's it. We grabbed that at the end of the day. Jesus. I've never known anything like it in my life, seriously. Right. It was what was it, 1.8? Got 1.6. There was no 1.8 here. Wow. So it went right back to 1.1, 1.2. Then it spiked and we jumped all the way up to 5. And that was literally, like you said, on that said 19 on that, and that said 1.81. We ain't got no 18.1 there. So that's unbelievable. All it jumps up to 1.6. We've got version 2. So the 1.8's missing. So there's no 1.8 on there at all to jump to. Fucking unbelievable. So I might have to do, right? No, I found some hats in Google. Not sure if it'll suit me now. Hats. That's unbelievable, isn't it? Now you see that it says on there 5. Yeah, I punched that in. It's not available. Right. I've just gone to the get up. You see it on there. There it goes from goes to 1.6, and then it spikes all the way up to 2.0. 1.8 for 1901 for version 1901. It's been taken off. Why is that? Why did they take the 1.8 off? Type in hats pack. Okay, I'll type in hats pack. That is unbelievable. That should have been in the GitHub, and it would have been right here where that version is. Because look, the version's here. The versions are literally, this is version 6, so I can't use this version. But to compare it, the version should have been right here, and it ain't here. It's missing. They took it out. It spikes all the way. I need 1.8 for 1901, right? Look, 1.6, version 2. Should have been 1.8 here, and it's missing. So it's not even typed in. And it makes sense, because now I've clicked on it, found a 1.8 package, and it says it's not available. So obviously, I might have to upgrade it to 2.0 if I don't get it. So that is mad. That is absolutely mad. I cannot believe the hat's on here. It should have been on there for 1.8. I cannot believe literally it's not got it on there. Now obviously mine's going to be a right earlier version because of, again, there's obviously Hat archive. It's going back into the archive. We can go and have a look. Sort by. No, we can leave that on there. Nintendo. We'll go to the Hats releases. See, these are all November. So you know, obviously, I really want the. No, it's no. You don't want those who's paying attention on there. The top one will work. It's backward compatible. Right, right. Okay, we've got obviously SR1. Right, let's go to Andy because looks like he's put a link in on there. No, it wasn't. It was just saying that I was streaming. Right, okay, we'll go back to that. Right, top one will work. Right, let's grab the top one. Let's go back to no. I'm getting confused there. Yeah, it's back on there. So right, let's grab the top one. So the Hats November 2025. Right, let's click view details. Build version 1.2, firmware up to 21.01. I'm not on that front. So this should be hopefully download release. Fucking hell, how hard is it just to grab a file? For fuck's sake. Obviously, I found the file, but then it says, no, sorry, it's no longer available. Great, lovely. You know. Right, Hat available. So, right, we've got a Hat. Great. So, let's just dump all of that. Shouldn't be that fucking hard. You know, normally, I've never known anything like it. Right. Obviously, we need to dump all of that into that SD. No, not in that, because that's a blank. No, I need to dump it on the SD card. That's not the SD card. Sorry, guys. You're right. So, that's the SD card. Right, now we got somewhere. Copy. Paste. Okay, now, seriously. Really? Finally, right, cool. No, just download it, and I mean, and I'll test it. It's in the link. Now extract all that on there, right? So yeah, I think that'd be right now. Obviously, I can now eject that. So if let's go back to camera, because obviously we need to put this in. Trying to get a epoxy payload for fuck's sake. I mean, how difficult? I found the payload. I found the correct one for 1901, which is 1.8. Obviously. Went to the get for it. At 1.6, 1.8 was missing. It spiked straight to 2.0. So obviously that was for custom firmware for 2. I think it was 2.0. It's 2.0. So it's 20.02 on that, and obviously the Hat version would have been 2.0. But unbelievable. You know, obviously can't get the right one for that. Which I did, I found it and it didn't work it. So nice, yeah. Cool. Right. Well, anyway, we got the Hat version. We just have to sling her in and give her a boot up. Fuck me. I've never in my life to thinking that why would they take that off? No. God. Didn't like that. I dumped that on there, no? Oh, it would help. Sorry. My mistake. I didn't push it in. What a dick. Yeah, I've got to make sure that that was pushed all the way in. Otherwise, this won't boot up. Right, now we've got somewhere. Finally. Thank fuck for that. Right, let's set this up. January, right? Let's go and get a cloth. Look, now I'll put a nice screensaver on that. I get like a cover on it, and I've glued it all up with my fingers. I didn't want to put it on there. This should. Seriously, I started off with a 128. Couldn't use that. Card got corrupted. Right. Now I'm running into problems. I couldn't even get the. I found the right software to put on it. Right, that's better. So first thing we need to do to go to tools. We need to partition the card, right? So obviously we need to go to partition the SD card. Let's get this done first. Oh, fuck's sake. This might take a while. 68.1% on that front. And we're pulling the battery in millivolts, obviously. Right. Now it says on there, the SD card will be backed up automatically, right? So before I do that, it literally did say on here, look, it's actually saying minus, this is what it's pulling, right? With nothing on. It's just running in the background. It's pulling minus 279 milliamps, right? Which is not a lot because it's in a milliamps on there. But it actually did say on there, out of that is 3,961 millivolt, right? But it's pulling minus of 278 out of the 3,000, obviously, on that front. But unbelievable now, you know. So what we need to do now, obviously, this is where it becomes a little bit, because obviously we need to back up. We've got to back up some bits on there. I'm not going to bother with Android on this front, so the chances are that I will just put Linux on this. So what I need to do, I need to put roughly around about. Linux don't use a lot. Lucky enough, it doesn't. It's a very small program. You can put Linux Mint, and I think it pulls about 1 gigabyte. So 20 should be more than enough to dump some ROM files on. But then some of the ROM files that I have put on there, this is where I could have done with that 256. So it's true what Andy said. So, but for the time being, it will get me up and running. Obviously, I want to dump some other ROMs, so I need to leave at least 40 gigabyte on the main host 32 file. So I'm thinking I'll put 18 gig on Linux and FAT32. I think I'm going to leave on that front. So on that, because this looks like it's going to format in FAT32 anyway. So it's true what Andy said. So we click on that, and it says on there the partition card will be backed up on this, so that it'll be wiped. So hopefully, now this one will take a while. Right? Do you really want to continue? Press the power to continue, or the volume to a bolt. So obviously we want to continue. So it's going to do it now. It's going to just inject the payload. Nintendo Switch is putting software on. It shouldn't be rocket science trying to do it. I've never known anything like it. Obviously, not only did the software, I can't get I couldn't get 18.1 for the HAT software. That's unbelievable. Ignore the link. We cannot help any further. So don't put Linux on it before. No, because I've got to back up the NAND on this front. Done. Right, cool. Okay. So obviously we need to go, but no, because that's right. Because once you've dumped the software on that front, yeah. So I'll get it ready for that front. So what we need to do now, we need to back up the MMC on that. So let's give that a quick backup. So what we need to do is, we don't want to boot it. MMC system files, raw pipe data. these obviously to do with backup partitions, because it says on there the MMC raw partition is off. So we don't want to end up doing that front. So I think we need, if we go back into that, I'm pretty sure it's into, I think it was in payloads. No, it wasn't in payloads. No, it was back in tools, wasn't it? It was backup MMC, because it says on there, allows you to back up the eMMC and partition to the raw drive to the SD card. So eBoot allows you to back up physical partitions and the backup key packages, and that's a full partition one. MMC raw. So yeah, it's the boot and boot up partitions. I think that's what I've got to boot up. Top left. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, it is. Right, checking. Because otherwise, if you don't back this up and this goes wrong, you can then back up the whole of the image. So this is why this is vital that this gets all booted up. So that's it, verified and finished. So that should be done. So I should be able to eject that now, right? And the other one under it, right? Okay. We'll check that one. Bin files, yes. So once this is done, I should be able to eject it, dump in files straight onto the desktop and back them up, obviously, and then the other one under it. Yeah, oh right, I see what you mean. So it might take a while. I thought it was. I haven't done one of these in such a long time on this front. I did do it, and obviously, but I think you have to download once this is backed up. You have to dump the NAND, like the backup files, straight on with the file, and then that's how it gets booted up. But with Linux, this will be partitioned, so there should be a split partition in this. So if I remember correctly, the split partition, you dump the raw file straight into the Linux distro, and you have to extract it and then dump it in, and that's how it sees it. So it should give you multiple. On the boot, you obviously need to go into the boot section and select which way you want to boot. It should give you multiple boot logos on it. So, but yeah, you're right. This is going to take a while, and it's already at 67%. And I did charge it up because I went out. I had to go out. So hopefully, but fuck me, I've never had an issue where I can't even format an SD card. I've never had that before. I hope you don't flatten the battery, because that's pulling millivolts. All right, I know it's pretty good, because the millivolts, it's not pulling not too much on it, but you put that under load. At the moment, it's pulling 238 millivolts. No, not millivolts, milliamps. So it's a millivolt, and the millivolts is right next to it. Obviously, I didn't set up the time and date because I was cleaning the screen. I was trying to get rid of all my fingerprint marks. Yes, while I was round my mum's before my friend picked me up, I'd pop round there and take them balls out the arcade. I thought, oh, I'll do a bit more on this while I've tried to sand it. Yeah, it's come out all right. So, buy 6, throw 4. Did you get that record player in the end? Well, that was just it. I've emailed her 4 times and she's not even got back to me at the end of the day. I've not responded to any messages. Seriously. Again, a bit like Andy's situation, people are just mucking you around. It's unbelievable. I don't get it with people. I just don't. Why bother advertising or say they're going to do it, then they don't even bother telling you they're going to do it, or they change their mind. I've got nothing. Literally nothing. No, you don't even have enough space. Look at it. It looks like you're going to have to be a total backup size. Well, I'm hoping that's the case. Yeah, do you know what? Total backup size. Do you know what? I think you're right. Just looking at it. Yeah, Chris, looking at it, I think just looking at the backup size, it says card free size is 42, right, megabits, and its total backup size is 59. So I think it's going to get to the point, and I think you could be right. So what I might have to do is do a total. I'll let it obviously I can't come out of it now because it's trying to back everything up. Never done an OLED before. It should be no different than the normal Nintendo because it makes no difference because of the OLED. All the OLED is just the screen to. Obviously the OLED's got better refresh rate and it's obviously got a better screen, so you shouldn't really have any issues. So it should just be like straightforward the device. But I think you could be right. But Stuart Andy said, I didn't realise how long that was going to take to actually try and do. But we'll see how we go on. Obviously, I mean, it's like watching paint dry. Right, for Eternity, yeah, I forgot. I've had a 64 gig. No, I've got a 32, yeah. So there's a 64 in it. So right, why are we doing that then? Obviously, we can't do nothing on that. So let me crack on with something else. Because we ain't going to just sit there and wait for that to be done on that front. Because I've never had that fucking issue on it. Bit gutted about all these bloody SD cards because I've got a fucking stack of them here. And obviously, now I can't use... I'm running into multiple issues because of the epoxy cards. These ones have got images on for the Raspberry Pi. That's why I wanted to run Linux, because I can take that image and copy that image straight on, and that will run, because obviously that's what Linux runs on. Worms. I've never backed up. It looks like it's half of it. I've just got confused. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, obviously we've got to back it up, and then I can dump it, whatever we back up, and then I can dump it on there. Falcon sent me a link to follow it, but I never finished it. I don't know. No, about the to back it up. Right, okay. Yeah, well, normally you back it up on your SD card, take your SD card out and dump it straight over at the end of the day. Obviously, it's sensible because it's taking all the info from your board, your processor, and all the RAM, then the way it's all configured. And that's all it is. It's configuration settings. That's all you're backing up at the end of it. But fuck me, slow. I mean, obviously these used in NVIDIA chips. These uses again, it's a later architect of the NVIDIA chip, but it's much faster on there. I forgot what CUDA core is that's actually running it. It's a custom CUDA core what they're running. But for the love of me, I can't remember. I'll have to check up because I haven't done one of these in such a while on that front. I don't know if Russ managed to get his part for his Xbox on that front. No, I had to back up. No, in fact, yeah, because like you said, because trying to follow these, backing it up. But I think Chris could be right. I think I could run into an issue here because looking at my free space, total size backup is more than my free space. So if it does, it'll run into an error, and you just have to go back, and I might have to reformat it and then redo it again, and just totally reformat it and forget about Linux on that. But I really did want to run it. This is why I wanted to have a bigger. It's true. Andy said running a bigger card on these makes sense because obviously you've got much more wiggle room to back things up on that. And then once you backed it up, then you can take that image, dump it on your desktop, format it on that front, and then that's it. You've got the image backed up. So no matter what goes on here, if you screw this card up, you could just dump that image that you've backed up straight back on that card, and it would leave you right where you left off. So it does make sense to go for a bigger card. That's probably why these take a little while to do. Once it's up to 30%, it shouldn't be too long. So let me go and grab a, yes, that's what I was going to have a look at. I've got a couple of these I want to have a look at, right? Now these drives were 40, these for the Atari ST. One of them was working, but it had a sticky eject, if I remember correctly, which was the 520. This one was 40 completely. So this needs enough hard to get one of these working on that front. This to actually get these drives fully working, these are really, really difficult because, like you said, to try and find one on that, no, you're gonna run into a problem. But this one on here, this one does work, but it says on there sticky eject button. So this should be an easy fix but I can see what it means. It's really, I reckon that just needs a good greasing. We strip this down. I'm going to take this off, right? And then what I'm going to do is just take it apart while that's backing up, if that runs into any issues. At least get one drive working, at least, and that'd be great. This one's in pretty good nick, to be honest, but obviously, let me grab a disc. Let's see if I can put, because you have to really yank it in to get the disc out, which is not ideal. Right, we did have a disc. The discs are right, they should be over here. It should be, so it says. Got the Ataris. Hold up, I found some more bloody RAM, look, for fuck's sake. I didn't even see these RAM sticks. Where's this lot come from? Oh fuck, I've dropped that one on the floor. That didn't work that well, did it? Well, hold up. So what's this? No, still PC 200. No DDR3. Fucking DDR3 is not hard to get. The sticky eject button, that might have been Ever's. It's been near that. It's nearly been near that blobs. Yeah, definitely. That's probably why that keeps sticking. It's like I said, I've never known him to have that sort of sticky situation on there. But old Xbox. That's the old Xbox hard drive. Okay. What's that? That's a bad laser. Why am I keeping bad laser? That's a broken switch. Xbox One X. So that one's broken. Hey, that's good, isn't it? Got bits of there from my Xbox One X. It's got a broken switch on that. Where's the fucking? Where's the discs? I had a box of them. Yeah, that's a lot. It's probably like with all the other fucking shit where I can't find. Unbelievable. What are we up to so far? 18%. Right, okay. Hope that battery lasts there. Mind you, should do, because it's a bloody brand new battery. Oh, here's they are. Where are they? I've got a big box of floppy disks, look. And I put on there ST floppy games. Look, there's loads of them. When I bought it, they give me a load of games to go with it. Literally stacked of them. So I don't even know what type of games I've got for the ST. But I only wanted to find this. It's buried up there. Don't know. Is that dog shit through? Can you play Fortnite on a stock? Yeah, look, see, look, it is having the issue of sticking up. So it's not releasing. So whatever it is, it feels like. Oh, that floppy games that I learned from the Atari. Yeah, obviously this is Predator for the Atari ST at the end of the day. So obviously this has got an issue because it's getting stuck here. So we have got an issue with the eject. So we'll take this apart and have a quick ganges. Obviously because I didn't get round to having a look at it. Now I've never took one of these apart before, so it looked like we've got a seam to split on this, which I don't like the idea. Yes, that looks like tape. That looks like a stick of tape on there, and the way they've done it. It looks like it just folds over, so you can just take it off. I mean, you know, what a crummy idea that is. It's not like the other one. Obviously, this one here, yeah, the cover should slide off. Yeah, see now this one, look, you can take this off and obviously you can gain access to it. This one's completely different. Because one's a 520 and that one's a 1040 on that. But yeah, I think that's how you do it. You have to peel these off. And I think you're right. The cover just slides off it. So I think that's how they've done it. They look like put bloody tape over it. I bet I've got to peel that off, and then this breaks open, and then you reveal it like that. Is that is no? Oh right. No, stop. Don't touch that. Don't touch that seam. Right. Oh fuck! I've already pulled half of it off. So it looks like on here then. I know what you mean. You should be able to. I think I know what you mean. You should be able to just slide it off. No, I've done a few of these. Have you? I thought you have to break the seam. I've already pulled off. I've only pulled a little bit of the seam here. So I've only gone up to about here. So obviously, it's like you said, you should be able to lift these and pull these off. They should slide out. But because I've never done them, I ain't done one of these for ages. It looks like it pushes this way. I mean, if it was going to go anywhere, it looks like it'll go that way. But it looks like we've got some lugs for it to go. Oh, nice. No worms. No worms clear. No, take the screws off from underneath it from sliding. Hence. Thanks, Chris. Yes, I think you're right. I bet that's what it was. Cool. But I've pulled off the I've pulled the recent ones. I love Tomb Raider. I used to play them all. Tomb Raider was a classic. I love Tomb Raider. There weren't no more screws. Oh yeah, there is. Fuck me, yeah. Small as that. That's a bit small, isn't it? I didn't see that one. Jesus. Look how small that is. Fucking seriously? Wow. I was going to say, mate, this should just slide out. There you go, she's out. Whee. Oh, fuck me, the platter fell out. Obviously, this is the spinning platter, the dreaded spinning platter. Obviously, we've got the head up here, so we're gonna have to be. I could clean the head with a little bit of IPA, right? Or I could use, yeah, a little bit of IPA. Actually, that's not a bad idea. If I bung the IPA on, that's up to 25%. So we've got a little bit. I need to move this because this is what worries me, because this is made of glass and I don't want to break it. So I'm going to put that back up here. That's it. Then that won't get broke. So I'm going to clean that with a little bit of IPA, that head. Wouldn't hurt. No. Stitching matches either rust or tubes on it. So. Now obviously you must have a split head on these. So, but it looks like we have. So we've got two heads. We've got one at the bottom. Obviously the discs on the way they do these. I'm just going to rub it ever so slight. And I know this one works because it does read the disc, but it wouldn't hurt to give it a clean. We've got one at the bottom. I ain't going mad. They ain't look like that's took nothing off, because that ain't the issue. The issue I've got is the eject. So obviously the eject mechanism is right here. That's obviously causing a problem. I've got to be careful here because I've got a ribbon right here on the corner and I don't want to rip any of them traces. So the issue we've got is look, well, that's ejecting all right now. Well, it was. Right. So No, it's still sticking. So obviously, when it was flipped upside down, it does. So it's only when you you put the disc in. So it looks like it's part of this mechanism. So I think what I'm going to need to do, right? I've got some. Obviously, I've got. I think this is going to be a simple solution for like a little drop of oil, because I think the grease, the lithium grease, is dried up on the side here, and I think that's what's causing that not to eject properly on that one. Now that sticking mechanism stuff, it's all dried up. Yeah, I thought it did. It's all, that's what's causing it. To avoid that, taking that apart, which I'm not going to do. No, moving the bits either side. I'll spray lube. Do you know what? You read my mind. That's exactly what I'm doing. The mechanism in this is complicated, because this is a bit like a VHS. These have motion and timed ways for this part to move with the next part. If you take any of this apart and you don't put this the correct way, you'll jam up and you won't get nothing from it. And there are apps. These mechanical devices are an headache. So I've got some. I have actually got some oil, which I'm going to go and grab right now. That bloody dog's managed to squeeze on that little tiny chair. He's screwed up like anything. Bit of WD-40, I ain't got none of that. I've only got contact cleaner. Don't matter. I've got some old injured. I've literally got some lubricate, cleans and prevents rust. So this thing is, you can see how old this is. At the end of it, that's fucking gone rusty. But oil never goes off, which is one good aspect. Now, obviously, I'll take the disc out. I think I know what Chris is going on about. The mechanisms that it's all round here that seems to be causing the issue. Because the trouble with these drives, like all of these retro drives, all mechanical, and I think that's what the trouble is, what Andy had with that VHS, right? A lot of that being plastic with that, and you've also got mechanical. And I reckon that VHS had the exact same issue, because it looked like it struggled trying to, when you put a VHS in, it didn't have enough momentum. So now I'm thinking it's a bit like all these mechanical devices. You need to service these on a regular basis, and they don't never get serviced. And I think that's the trouble. The lithium grease that they use when they manufactured it, it's probably like, it's over 30-40 years old. I can't wonder why they've all dried up. So I think that the issues are all going to be around these slides here, because look, this is really ultra thin, and already there's a zero tolerance level in that one part alone. So obviously that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to just dump a little bit of oil down the sides here and do what Chris is saying. I know what Chris is saying. Lube up that. Don't take these apart, because you're right. You'll end up having an issue at the end of the day, and then just slide it. Right, that's all you have to do. And I think that VHS, I think Andy could have done the same thing. That's what I would have done. I would have just literally got a load of like a very fine oil and just oil every of the cogs and all the sliders, and that probably would have helped it. It's because again, you don't really want to take them apart. You're just going to run into problems. You don't need a lot. The mechanism that is causing the issue is mainly all up here, because you've got, if you look at the tolerance on it, right, you've got none. And this is what I'm saying. You're hitting metal against metal, and I think this is causing the issue. It's too much friction. The lithium grease is obviously all dried up on the side. I mean, look, obviously there's a little bit of slack there, but tight there. Well, you shouldn't have that type of tolerance. So to me, I think the issue, I think that's where it is. I think it's rubbing too much, putting too much tension, because it then can't eject. So just, like you said, you ain't got to go mad. So let's see. obviously being in circuit as well. I can see where it's going. It's also got mechanisms down here. It's trying to eject. Yeah, I tried that. I'll try that tomorrow. I've got some 3-in-1 oil, spray oil, right? What I'd do, and if I was you, if that was me, right? Take the cage out. How you done it, right? I think he's going in the right direction. Take the cage out, so that way you don't get it all on the components. You don't want it. Put it on a cloth, right? Because if anything soaks, it'll go through to the cloth. It won't smear it and go all over the cage and make a mess. So put a cloth on there. And basically, just get a little bit of 3-in-1 oil. That's all you need. I mean, this stuff's ancient, but it's still oil. Oil don't go off, right? And literally go round every single component as far as you go. Get a spatula. Get one of these flat spatulas ones. I've said I literally grinded this down. This is ultra thin, right? Try and put it underneath and get every single cog you can without. Look, you don't want to lift it, but there should be enough on that. I mean, looking at that, that's a few mil, right? Just put it underneath. Say for argument's sake that was like one of the cogs. I would slide it under, then tip the oil, put it on its side. You get as much oil in them drives and the cogs, because I think that's where, I think 9 out of 10, I think that's where your problem lies. This is why, because I see it when you played it, you struggled, the mechanism struggled, and I think that the way that mechanism was working, it wasn't enough momentum, and obviously where the lithium grease is all dried up underneath where them cogs are. I mean, this stuff will never, once you get there, then you'll be fine, because once it's sort of lubricated that part, it'll work again. So that's the route I would have gone down. I would have literally gone round as many of them cogs, because I think it's the cogs and the pulley mechanism. Obviously with the tracks, it's like a W, and then it sort of bros, and then it goes round the actual drum itself, and then the tape then sort of goes round and then back loops on itself. And I think that where it goes in, obviously there's like a braking wheel mechanism, obviously with the cogs where it turns, a bit like on the tapes. And then I see that try to struggle. So I think your issue is where it looks like it was lying into the actual where the wheel was trying to turn, because obviously it got to the point it just stopped. So I think that's where it is. I think the lithium grease is dried up underneath there, and obviously it can't get. So a little bit of 3-in-1 oil will do the job. But whatever you do, don't take it apart, because you will have a nightmare. I've took one apart and I regretted it. Not the easiest thing. Peter will even tell you that. I mean, obviously, but you know, I think that would be a sensible thing. It's a bit like this. I'm not going to take this apart. It's true what Charles says. You know, not Charles, Chris. You know, don't take these apart, because you'll never get them back together. And the actual VHSs are no different. Literally none. So this is why I like to just ever so slight get in there, like, and doing what I'm doing here. Because I'm doing the exact same thing. All I'm doing, because there's no tolerance levels, I'm just getting that flat spatula and just moving it ever so slightly and get the oil in that little gap, all the little gaps. And that's what you want to do on the VHS. And I guarantee that will help it. It might even solve your problem. It's anything's worth a go, you know. So you keep ordering parts. Obviously the belt was all right. The belt's pulling on the motor, so that you ain't got a motor issue there. I think your issue is on that VCR is it's obviously, again, friction. It looks like a friction issue that you're having. So yeah, it's like you said, you might have to spend a little bit of time on it, but it's like this. This is obviously the mechanism on there is all dried up. So, but you might have to do it like on top as well as underneath. So obviously that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to lube up as many of these the mechanisms as possible, and then hopefully that'll free it up. Because I wouldn't even like, even this looks quite simple to do. I could probably assure you it's not at the end of the day. And you've got to be careful. This is what I don't like. So you know what I'm going to do? Because of this mechanism, because I'm worried about it snapping here, I'm just going to grab a bit of tape, put a bit of wide bit of tape down here, so these stops keep flopping about, because I break this, it's fucking game over. Then I ain't got another. I ain't got another working one. But I think that solves your problem. I think you're, you know, because like you said, I think the belt they're originally on there, because the belt was on there that you ordered on that front. I think the original belt must have been all right. Like you said, not everything, you know, obviously not everything's fixable, like everything is. Yeah, hopefully, yeah, that belt looked fine. I think your belt was. I mean, you can revive a belt. You've only got to put it in a drop of hot water, you know, in a cup, boiling hot water, leave it for about 20 minutes, let it cool down naturally, and then it normally brings the belt back into shape. But I don't think it is a belt issue. It looks like to me on that VCR. It looks like more what this has got. The dried lithium grease on the gears and the mechanism looks like it's just completely just dried up. And this looks like this. It's just no different. But put it on a cloth or something like this. Otherwise it's all going to go fucking, this stuff really penetrates through everything. I mean, you want to keep it away from heads. Don't put it near an edge or something like that, because then it obviously won't read the tape if it does work. So now you'll have issues on that front. I would say definitely give that a go. It wouldn't hurt to give it a go. You might have to spend a little bit of time on it, but it's worth it. That's why I like these flat spatulas, because I like getting in there with the spatula and hopefully thinking. But mine's obviously, this is very similar, because when the disc goes in, the cage goes down. Obviously, the eject, then you're pushing against a bit of metal to eject it out, and it's exactly the same thing. But you didn't have an eject issue; you had a play issue. That front, that's up to 50%. So, yeah, it looks like on there. Look, NAND. Look, it's backing up all the NAND stuff. It's got NAND written on it. Look, NAND bins. Look, so it's backing up the NAND, raw NAND. So obviously, this is what you need to back up and obviously dump on the PC. So it probably would make sense to back all that up. These motors on here are absolutely tiny. We've got, I don't think it had an issue of reading the disc. This was just purely a cage issue. But it's true what Chris said, you don't really want to take these apart. This is not ideal. And because you've got plastic's really good. You've got to be really, really careful with plastic, because, you know, you've only got plastic's so brittle. But that's what I'm going to do on here. I'm just getting it in the seams, like on here, even though it ain't got none. I'm just trying to get it in the seams and get everything in there, because when it's packed against tightness, this is what's causing issues at the end of it. So I could take a Q-tip. That's why I've stopped that from driving, because otherwise I'm going to rip the bloody pads out of it, which I don't really want to do. Hopefully you'll solve that problem. I think you will. I think your issue is, see, look, because I've got too much excess on there, I'll take some off, but I can see it. It's actually all shiny, so I'll take it off. So just take off the excess residual on there, and obviously I'll do the other side. At least if you can get that up and running, that'll be another job done. I hate, that's the only thing with anything mechanical. You know, you always end up running into that problem. Yeah, I'm backing up mine there. I'm currently on 46%. I personally would back the NAND up, because if you don't back the NAND up, right, what happens if you brick it? Say for argument's sake, if this ever gets bricked for some known reason, right? You went online with this, right? I'm not going to go online with this. I'm just not going to take a chance, right? Now you can if you go in normal mode, but you have to build it in normal mode. But if, just say for argument's sake, if you don't back that up and that NAND gets bricked, you can swap the NAND over like you just said, but then you need that code to write it back to the other NAND, because obviously these all talk to each other. I've been there, done that. So yeah, it does make sense. I do like things being backed up, and I've done the same with the Xbox, like just to make sure it's all backed up properly. But if you ain't done yours, Worms, I recommend it. You know, just in case if that ever happens, you know. Otherwise, you've got a complete brick system. You know, then obviously you probably can get around it through the mod chip, but obviously you'll only get so far. Obviously, once it's bricked, that's it. You still got you might be able to get into part of the system, which will help you to get it, but you still need to swap the NAND if it's bricked. So you need to swap the NAND and inject that payload, what you backed up, straight onto the new NAND. So then you can go right back to where you last started. So yeah, it probably does make sense to back it all up. So that's another thing, right? And what you do, Q-tip, right? Little drop of oil on a Q-tip, right? Just soak it all the way through, right? Spin it round. This is another thing, right? So you don't get too much oil everywhere, and then just take the mechanism, right? And just take your Q-tip and just lightly just go over the joints, just lightly. So that way you're getting it. You're sort of like, it's like give your meat a good old rub, you know. You literally give your meat a good old rub. I still think mine is running into it's hitting metal versus metal, and I can already see the issues that I'm running into. Why this is sticking like hell, because there's no lube on it. But this is completely and utterly dried up. Completely and utterly dried up. I could see it. There's no oil. It's just friction. It's pure friction on this. But I've got to keep it away from that head. I can't have anything going on there. I won't read it. And that's what I said. Let's see if I can get that in. Now I've gone right over all them joints. Let's see if that makes a difference. Perfect. Yeah. Solved. She's done. So this was the exact same issue. It's still sticking a bit, but the more times I use that, then the better this is, obviously. It just wouldn't even release. So all for the sake, and I can actually see the mechanism moving, and it is. It's all of this that's causing the issue. This is sliding against these sliding points. I can actually see it. So all this mechanism, that's staying still, but it's hitting against here. So I knew it was going to be the friction that was causing it. And I think that's probably what the VCR that you've got, I think your issue is with them wheels. I think in that that's why it just stopped dead. So like when you fast forward, it even struggled on the rewind. So obviously the rewind one's probably all dried up, because I think with VHSs, if I'm right in saying, you've got the main cog that sticks up, and then you've got two cogs. You'll have a timed cog that goes onto another cog that goes onto like a spinning wheel that's all tied in the mechanism. So I reckon that your issue you've got some of that lithium grease right underneath where the wheel spins. I reckon obviously it's a bit like this situation. It's sitting on plastic, and obviously the friction's just stopped it completely. So I think your issue's right there. So all for the sake of it, but ideally you really should take it apart and then do it again. But I wouldn't, because I know you'll run into a massive headache, and you'll say, I wish I never bloody touched it. This is still sticking just ever so slight. I can see the issue, but I don't want to take this cage apart, because I'm gonna have I'll have the same problems like you just said. You know, obviously with you, it looks like it sticks down here, but I've greased all down here. I've put all oil, but I'm gonna bung. It looks like that mechanism right at the bottom. It looks like that's what's jamming it up. See, look, straight away, look, see, it's because it's gone through. I don't want to really get it on the circuitry, really, oil, because again, it can be a little bit conductive, so you've got to be really careful. Fucking hate oil. It's because it's so fine. That's why I said don't go mad with it. But once it's lubricated, it'll be fine. You won't have any issues. But what I would do if I was you, once you've done it, lay it on a towel, right, that cage, and lay it on its side. That way, all the oils then will run down, and it then, because if you lay it flat, your circuitry's right underneath where the cage is. If that oil drips on any of that, it's going to act like a Brandy short, and then you'll have a massive problem. So what I would do is, once you've greased it and oiled it all up with a little bit of penetrating oil, just leave it for a day. I would rather just leave it for a day before you put that back in. Just put it to one side on the cloth, lay it on its side and leave it. That way, you know 100% sure then the oils they've all seeped down. Because if you think gravity's pulling down, so hopefully that might have solved your problem. Then go back to it the next day and then plonk it back in, give it a go, see what happens. Yeah, that looks like that's a lot better now. Comparing, it's still sticking a bit because I haven't done this top part, but I want to do that by Q-tip. I don't really, because I'm getting there dangerously near the head, and I don't really want to do that if I can help it. Yeah, I bricked mine already. What? No, you didn't. You tell me you didn't brick it. I've been there. No, I bricked mine already. I think I couldn't restore it because the fuses didn't match or something. Oh, for crying in the settings. Unbelievable. See, this is why I said when you're flashing these, you've got to be really careful. Like, you know, don't mean. I think these have got a higher risk, but also these are awesome because once you've done, that's it. You ain't got the issue on that front, but. You know, obviously, there must be an exploit now for... I don't know if there's been an exploit for the Switch 2 at the end of the day. But if that gets... We'll see what it comes up to, because I did look at that, what Chris said. But this is still having... This is what I'm saying about metal versus metal. Nightmare. It's absolutely a joke. Everything, you know why with metal cages, right? But if you look at the tolerance level, there's no tolerance, and I think this is what happens. Like you said, you know, this is why I like things like clock oil, because clock oil is really fine to get inside the cogs and things like that, because it's metal versus metal, and it's a bit like this. But if you haven't got any clock oil, 3-in-1 would be fine. But just don't go mad with it because it literally spreads everywhere, and this is the trouble. This is why I just let it drip out ever so slightly, and then just keep it so it can just get under ever so slight. Because I don't want to take all this mechanism apart because I know I'm going to run into a problem. I think that was the only bit that was hitting. Yeah, we are. Partial backup in progress. Press OK to unmount the SD card. Remove the SD card and files to free up space. Do not move the partial Linux file. Reinsert the card. Select the same option again and to continue. So basically, it's saying now, obviously, now, who said it? Who actually said it that he's... I forgot who said it. If I go back into the stream file... Oh no. Now, I don't know if it was actually Chris that actually said that, or I can't remember. Or yeah, it might have been. You said that there wouldn't be enough room. So what they've done instead, you've got this message come up, right? So obviously there's not enough room because I've partitioned it, right? So what I've got to do is unmount the SD card, remove the SD card, move the files, what I've got on it, right? Move the files that I've literally of the backup side, once I've got rid of that, it says on there, don't move the partition, don't move that partial tried IDX file, reinsert the card, and the same option again to continue, and that will continue where you left off. So hopefully, so James is, oh yeah, it looks like it. So yeah, it looks like I've got to take that out because there's not enough room on my card. So the only way to compensate for it, I've got to take the remaining files off and leave that one file, come back to it, reinsert the card, and select the same option again, which is the bottom one, which is the backup. And that then should take me back to it. So it's stuck at 68%, right? So what we do, done. And it says on there, done, right? We can't continue, right? Time remaining, 42 minutes. Chris. Oh, we've got JFix in. How you doing, my friend? We are doing a Nintendo. Andy modded it, and I've got to back this up because obviously I've only got a 64 gig card. So obviously I've got to put this in. We'll leave that there for a minute. Let's just try that disc because this one was really jamming up. It looked like it was coming up from all the mechanism. Right? Yeah. Obviously, that is so much better. Let's just wipe that little bit of oil off. That's why I didn't want to go mad with oil. She's ejecting. Look. So part of the issue was that this said was Chris said the metal on these you don't want to take off because all this mechanism is going to be an headache to try and put back together. So all I've done was got into these really tight areas with this metal spatula, got some oil in. Obviously I've oiled all this up on top of here because this all moves with the mechanism, and it looks like it solved the problem. So I've done the bottom, the sides, I've got in between and all that. So the whole cage, obviously it pivots. Hopefully now she is fully working. So that's cool. So I've solved this one because I couldn't even do that before. So it wasn't even ejecting. Obviously, once it's into the thing itself, it ain't so bad because I'm moving it. Because if I put that on the table, bring the camera down, once it's mounted in, see, it's got these are an absolute headache, but she is up and running. I can see what I could really do with right here. That's obviously, this could do with a little bit of lube underneath that, because again, that's a guide, because once that pulls in, I've done this bit, I've done the sides, I could do with a little bit on there, because that looks like a guide bit there. So a little drop of oil on that wouldn't go amiss. So I've got to back that up. So I literally have to, that's it, little drop, little dab-a-doo. Yeah. Wow. The mechanism is always going to be a bit clumsy on these anyway, because they're sprung loaded. I can see why you mean, Chris, with all of that. Yeah, is that a floppy disk? I'm afraid it is, my friend. It's for an Atari 520 ST. So basically, this one had a bit of an issue, which I've managed to fix now. Literally, you put the disc in, it really struggled getting the disc out. And it's true, Chris said, you don't want to take the mechanism out on these because it's so complex. They're a bit like a VHS. There's so many moving parts, and they've all got to go in the same order. So what I tried to do, which it seems to be working there, is get in really, because it's sitting against metal versus metal, the lithium grease is completely all dried up. So it looks like tried to get this metal spatter in and get the oils right into these really, and there's hardly any tolerance levels in there because you can actually see it. Look at when the metal is hitting against the metal, and this is what I'm saying. There's no give. This is why these things are really packed tight. And I think Andy's got the same issue with the VHS that he was working on, because he was running into it. He changed the belt, made no difference, and it ain't a belt issue. I think his issue's got the same issue as what this had, which is going to be the lithium's all dried up, but you don't want to take them apart. The VHSs are worse on that front, but now she seems to be ejecting. I couldn't do that before. You wouldn't have it. So obviously, the more times you're in it, and it looks like I ain't got nothing else to. There ain't no other. I've done all these bits up here, so that's all done. I've greased. I've put some penetrating oil, 3-in-1 oil in that, because I'm using some 3-in-1 oil, because you don't want to use penetrating stuff on that, because it'll just dry up again. You're gonna have the same problem. But I'm just seeing what else is mechanical that I can try to. So by moving this up, I'm thinking it again. It looks like this up here. So I need just a little tad up this section. A little bit up there. Little dab up here. That's it. Little dab there. It's all these little connectors. Yeah, see, this is what I don't want to get. It's got fucking oil everywhere. It's this absolute headache. See? Don't really. This is why I said about you've got to be careful. This is what I said to you, Rand, about don't go mad with the bloody oil, because you don't really want to get this. This will act like a conductive stuff. You'll have a grander short on that board, and then you'll have a problem. So this is why I said you got the circuit boards away from here. But if you had that cage in with that, and you put that cage in, and that oil is directly underneath that cage is directly underneath that board. And the oil it'll act like a short. Just shorten out the component, you'll have a world of trouble, because you've got chips in there and all the other bits and pieces. That's better. That's better. Obviously, I'm still getting oil, but this is what I'm saying about don't go mad with it. I don't really want to get oil on a disc. This is the reasons why I say once you've done it, lay it up. That way, the oils then, if there is anything, then it'll go on that, and then that'll dry up. Hopefully, that might try. But that'd be worth giving it a go tomorrow. Be interesting seeing that. Yeah, our smart hot glue. Yeah, I'm smart hot glue under the cage and all under the components. Well, that's one way of putting it. At the end of it, I mean, if you really wanted to save it, I mean, I'll see Worms. He'll probably wet himself. You're saying, oh no, he's got the glue gun out. I mean, I've already got my glue gun. It's up on the shelf there. But no, all jokes aside, seriously, I wouldn't like you shortening it out. You'll go through all that work and think, yeah, I've got it. And then a bit of oil go dunk, and then it'll just kill it dead. Because oils are conductive at the end of the day. So yeah, not ideal on that front. This looks like now it's solved. Look, it's working flawless now. Look, so it was just a few little components that I missed out. Now, and I didn't even have to take that apart. But again, I'm still getting oil down the track. So I think what I'm going to do, right? Get the glue out. Obviously, the bits that I managed to do on that, which was right here, right, which was right on the arm. You see these bits here? That's the only bits I didn't do. So I managed to get the spadger in, and it was right here because the cage was moving. If you look at the cage, the way it's moving on there, everything's got movement. I mean, not the greatest of movement, but it's still got movement. So what I've done, I oiled all of that, and obviously where the disc runs in parallel in that track, that's why it was all going up one side on the disc, because obviously I've managed to grease all of that, because that cage, it's a bit like on a VHS, it ejects, so it sort of goes up and goes at an angle to eject out. on that front, and this is where it's all dried up. Obviously it's all dried up here as well, but I'm going to leave it up on its side, right? I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to put the cage back on it now, that way, and then just leave it like that for 24 hours. And that way all that oil then will go straight onto this, and it should be all right. But I think we're good. So I'd say we're the winner chicken dinner. But you can see the oil where I've put some on. I ain't gone too mad with it. So we can now put this back, and I could say thank God for that. We've sorted the problem out, because it's hard to find one of these working. Oh, it would help, wouldn't it? Of course, yeah. I've got bloody tape on it. I thought, why ain't that going in? There you go. She's in. She's alive. Fucking. Now. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Oh, right, I see. Because the lip's got to sit under. Right. I see why. The lip's got to sit under these. That's why it's not sitting right back. It's not sitting flat. It is now, because it weren't lining up the holes. Cool. But yeah, obviously oil. I don't want to get oil on that, on the tracks. I've got to back this up yet, otherwise we can't continue it. But I want to put this back just ever so brief. Well, at least I've sorted that out, but I've still got to sort that other one out. It's not working. So we've got no, all I've got on this is a red light. I've got no power. So what I could do, I've got my power brick there, right? Inject voltage into this. It's going to be 5 volt, right? Obviously the power is going to be from this side. This is your data cable. You obviously just going to have 5 volt, 3 volt, ground, and a data and part of a secondary. So really, all I want to do is just put 5 volts into this and see if we got anything on there. Because when I put the drive disc in, I got nothing. It just stayed with a red light. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear the platter spin up on that. So I don't know if I've got a dead platter, which that could be a possibility. So I'm hoping not, because again, they're really hard to find one working. Even for the 520, they're hard to get. Would help if I put them in that one. Thank you, bastards. Right, okay. So she's alive. Right, let's just try the last bit on there. And obviously, well, that's gone a bit wonky. I'll have to straighten that out. Now, this is where this is obviously. Now, obviously, I tried that, right? Now it looks like that's creating an issue because the casing's stopping the disc from coming out. So this could be part of the original cause to start with. At the end of the day, I'm hoping that it looks like that's the case. Yeah, it is. There is part of that that's causing it. I mean, I'm still getting bloody oil off the side of that, which I don't really want. So it looks like I might have to take this back off, because obviously now I selected that. Look, it's popped back out again. So I'm thinking that I still think it's that front that's causing the issue. Jesus. Yeah, right, she's popped back in. I didn't have to take her back out. Let's just straighten that LED out, because that LED's gone all cockeyed. That's better. She's straight. She was really cockeyed. It was pointing down, which it wasn't ideal. Right, I've popped that back in. Right, they was popped out. So we shouldn't have any issue. This shouldn't jam up. This is what I don't understand. That should not be jamming on that. Jamming. It is. It seems to be in the top part of that case, right on top of it. Because without that on, that worked beautiful. So it ain't a mechanism now. It's now part of. It looks like to me, it's this plastic casing is now hitting against it, and it's preventing, because that, looking at that should be a guide, so that should eject flawless. I mean, obviously we've got a little bit of wiggle room, so there should be a little bit in there, but it feels like it's still catching, but it's the case, because looking at it, if you look closely when I eject it, it's sitting. It looks like it's sitting in the top part of that case, and it's sort of like stopping it from forbidding from popping out. Obviously, you can't do it while it's standing up. It's definitely that case. It's definitely that front that's causing this here. We've definitely got an issue here. And looking at that mechanism, it looks like it pulls it down and then pushes it partly up on there, ever so slight. Wow. But even with that casing off, when I took all that front off, it works flawless. So they're obviously looking at that, that's still causing an issue, but obviously it ain't the internals now that's causing that, it's that plastic front that's causing the problem. Fucking typical, isn't it? You know, you sort one problem out and you come across it another one. Right, before we do that, let's get this image off, back this up. Yeah, so obviously I need to go, it looks like I might have to investigate this bit here, because this is where the disc is catching. It looks like it's dragging ever so slight down and catching up here. So obviously it's not sitting straight to push out. Right, put that at one side for a minute. Let's dump. Let's put this back into, where's the, oh God. Chris, I would try that case if it was bolted down in the front and the top part is held perfectly in position and into the top part of the hull. That could be also of it, because like you said, if they have to be precise with these drives. If I remember correctly, that's the idea. These have to be mounted down. Obviously, you've got the mounting holes. If there's any flexible movement, then obviously this is moving while you're trying to move with the cage. So obviously that's what it looks like it's causing for that to have an eject issue. You just see it. I tried that. Yeah, I did mention that in the Epson drives. They're dog shit. Yeah, basically, and they absolutely 100%. They are crap. They're not the greatest to try and put these drives in. Remember, these are old mechanical stuff, and they're always going to have the Commodore Amigas. On that front, absolute headaches. They have literally have that. I saw one of those. I saw one that they are literally a better ones. But my one was again the Amigas, 100% failure rate. Literally, absolute nightmare. You can get one, you're bulletproof. Good luck. But again, 9 out of 10, no. And they're really expensive. That's why I took it out and put a Geotech in. I thought at the end of the day, just easier just to put a Geotech, and that's what I've done with the other Atari, because obviously I've got an issue with the 520 because I had the eject issue, but now it looks like now I've solved that problem, but now it's sitting against the cage, which is a pain in the ass, because I could have really done without it, to be honest. I can't get over that 128. It's completely corrupted. Took a perfectly working card, now it's corrupted it, now I can't even use it. I'm trying to look for the part that I took off to dump this in. That's why I said this one's gone 40. This one's not working, so I want to investigate this. I've got a red light, but I've got no movement inside. So again, in for a penny, in for a pound. I think if there's something bad on the board, it won't be worth fixing, because like you said, they all suffer the same fate in the end. They just have a massive failure rate. Yeah, most of them are most are fixable, depending if you can get the parts. The trouble is with these, right? Is obviously if you look on eBay, you'll see a lot of them faulty. Obviously, obviously you might get them working, but if them platter heads are dead, right, it's game over. Obviously, you're never going to get that working again because they're actually mounted to the actual part of the board itself. They're an absolute headache. I know what it's like for involvement on them. Right, I need that stick to it. Here it is, it's up here. So what I need to do is put this in, and while I'm on there, right, I need to leave that firmware, right, and take that one off, leave it on, because otherwise it won't be able to continue to file. Right, so let me go back to display, right. We go back to display. We've got it on here. So obviously the backup is here, right? This is what we need to back up. Now, obviously, it did warn me, don't take off the other file. So, the restore file, these are on the partition side. So the partition should be on there. The eMMC, that should be empty, which it is empty. So the boot, so here's all the raw files that we need, right? Obviously, I need to leave the boot files on and take the bin files out because we've got 01. So what I need to do is take these out, right? Cut these out, right? Cut them out. Take the bin files, dump them in here, obviously, because I want to create a partition on here. 40 gig. So obviously we've got files 1 to 39. That's what he said. Leave the boot file remaining ones on. Don't take them off because otherwise it won't be able to boot back up and continue where you left off. So hopefully that's going to take fucking 35 minutes. Jesus. I've still got to get the remaining files off once I've done this. I can't leave them on there, otherwise it'll fill me partition up. And then I'll be back to square one again. So, which is not ideal. Message retracted. No retracting your messages. So we'll back that up. So obviously I can't do nothing until I put that on there. Yeah, and you should know by now. Chat is separate, right? So it's on their front. That's your rules. That's not mine. That's your rules. No retracting your messages, you little shit. Is your fix finished? No, because obviously, as I said, because I've only got a 64 gig card, it can't back up the rest of the NAND. Well, that's what I'm backing up. So that's what that message was. So obviously, what Chris said was that you're going to run out of room because if you look, it stopped at 42. I need 59. Obviously, my card's not big enough to put the rest of the NAND on. So that message, in future, if you know you've got to back up your NAND, which I'll recommend you back it up anyway, just in case you have a problem on this and it goes wrong, you could dump all that back in. But I have to do it in 2 files. So obviously, that's what that message come up. So hopefully, if someone ever has to go through this, you can look back at this file thinking, no, hang on a minute, he's right. You don't have to dump if you ain't got a 256 or 128 and obviously it's too big for your card because these are large files. That's what I need to do. So you can actually, it'll go through half the process, fill that part of that card up to it's near enough its capacity. Because remember, it's been partitioned because I've got the Linux file partitions as well. So it will get to that point, then it'll say that message come up. Don't take off your Q files. That's what that file was on it, yeah, that boot file. Take off the NAND, then come back, and then it'll restore the rest of the half of the NAND to fill the other half up. So that hopefully that might help someone future up if they need to back it up, which I would recommend, because if Worms ain't backed these up, if that gets bricked or something goes wrong with the EE file, you're not going to be able to back it up, and you'll have to do the whole process and literally thinking, oh God, now I'm going to have an headache. So I'll recommend backing this up anyway. It would make sense. So, but yeah, I think Chris, getting back to that, right? I think you're right. I think the issue is what I've got here. This has to be mounted because I think this has got too much flex on this front, and I think once this is bolted in nice and tight, that then it's got no movement to go, so that will give that a little bit more ejection to come out of it. So hopefully, if that was mounted down tight, I think you're right, it would come out. I mean, it is partly working. Obviously, more times I keep putting that in and out. Once that's mounted in, that'll be a lot better. So I would say that's a fix, because I couldn't even get a bloody disc out of it. So I'm going to actually put a note on this one there saying this one is now fixed, right? I ain't got to come back to this pile of crap ever again. So let me take my notepads, just put this back, just put on there fixed, because this is done. Cool. She's done. I ain't got to come back to it, because I know that works, but it was just having an ejection issue. So to me, it's done. That one's out the way. It's now done. I ain't got to come back to it. So that's one good aspect, because you try and find a working fully drive on there. These fetch anywhere. The trouble with these Atari drives, anywhere I think. I don't know, because this is Chris's sort of field, because he deals with retro as well. I know he's obviously took a few of these apart. Yeah, I've got a laptop hinge to try and repair. Yeah, I see that. I had the same issue, and you know what problem you're going to run into? It's the same issue that I ran into. The laptop hinges, and I'll show you. I'll show you exactly, and I know you're going to run into it. I already know that problem that you've got. So let me grab that other laptop. Where is it? And I've got it. It's somewhere. Because the laptop I was looking at, it was very flexible. It nearly broke. Right. This is a standard laptop. Right. I'm going to put this aside 1 minute. Right. Now this is an Asus. I can't do no upgrading on this, unfortunately. I found out. No, the post of the screws have gone. Yeah. I was just going to say, right. I wanted to do an upgrade on this laptop, right? Took it all apart, right? Don't ever buy Asus's, right? You cannot take the back off this. You just can't take it off. There's no way to take it off, right? Obviously on the front. The only way you're going to get it off, right, is take the screws out. This has to sandwich. You have to split this all apart. And obviously the issue that you've got is the same problem as what this one nearly suffered from, the hinge issue, right? Look how flexy most of these laptops are, right? And obviously, the hinges on these, right, like all of these, yeah, I still had a customer drop a Panasonic SH on the radio Bluetooth thingy, and the door was broken and it won't even play. It just makes a crunching sound. Yeah, the issue that you've got with most of these laptops, right? Weakest points on here, right? On 99% of all laptops, the thinner, the worse it is, right? Except for Apple Mac. Some of the Apple Macs, I think the Apple Mac Pros, they put a metal shield goes right along, and it's to strengthen it. But they ought to. They start from about £1,000 and above on that front. So I think most of these laptops all have the same fate. They use a small metal plate that comes just above, literally not even half of a finger width, right on that corner. And all they put is a silly plastic lug, and this one's gone. You can actually hear it. Right? And what tends to happen, 9 out of 10, you ain't even got to put much force on that. As soon as it does, and you bend in that hinge, that breaks that screw, that sort of plastic lug underneath it. Now it's got nothing to bolt down to, and that literally is absolutely, yeah. I'm going to avoid the cheap customer laptops because they stick around. Just stick to business grade ones. because like you said, the only other one you'll know that you're not going to have any issue is if you've got a Panasonic Toughbook, which at the end of the day, and your Toughbook, but then Toughbooks really hold their money, unfortunately, on that front. I've just give a load of laptops to Pico because obviously I can't be dealing with them, to be honest, and it's going against my channel. My channel's all retro, so you know I really want to stick with retro stuff, and even that's not, even like that I've come across problems. Even if you had even if you had Worms to say use the glue, yeah, because that's Worms is saying, isn't it? Get the glue gun out at the end of it. But the issue that I had with this, which I thought that I could do, was put some what's that RAM for? It's like the nano RAM on this. No, I can't. There's no RAM modules on this. You can't just put RAM on it. The RAM's built on the board, and I found that out. I took it apart and I've put on there, cannot be upgraded. The RAM is on board only, and it's only got 4 gig put on the board. So this one is 4 gig. That's it. Cannot even be upgraded. Soldered RAM. Unbelievable. But you can hear that. It's got the same thing. It's busted on the corner. And I have to be really careful because, again, using these things, and this one's hardly got any torque. But you can't even use these because even if you've done it by hand, you've only got to give it ever so slight and you break that lug. And that's it. Game over. They're absolutely cheap and nasty crap. Absolutely, they are the nastiest things, and these ain't cheap. When they're £400 and £500, some of these, even the gaming ones, there's absolutely no difference at all with this with the gaming laptops because I've had them. I've had 2 gaming laptops, and in the end, I just sold them. I had the same problem. Inges always suffered the same fate. I'm doing one on the laptop at the moment, but it's really stuck. If you're really stuck with an Inge, what I'd recommend you do, if that was me, right, don't try and force it. Whatever you do, don't try and force it. Undo the screws, right? If you can try and undo the screws. If not, right, because you can't put heat on it, obviously, one, because it's near plastic, it's going to warp at the end of the day. Try and get some penetrating oil and move it ever so slight until there's a little bit of movement. Because try and use something like a little bit of 3-in-1 or clock oil. Clock oil is another one, which I've run out of clock oil that I use on my, if I get a stuck hinge on there. Try a little bit of clock oil, 9 out of 10, it'll solve your problems. But this one, I've just gutted that I can't upgrade it. And obviously, it's one of them things that can't, it's got to be done. You can't do nothing with it. But yeah, shame. It is a shame that you get to it, but even a little pen like this. Yeah, the problem is if you're trying to secure a metal hinge onto plastic, yeah, I know where you're going with this, bruv. I know. Sometimes you get a lot of us asking for the problems. The trouble is you can go down 2 routes, right? You can mix up a resin, right? You can use this type of resin, which is, I wouldn't recommend it because it's fucking cheap and nasty. It makes a mess. You could use this, right? It's a resin, right? A 2-in-1 epoxy, right? And put it on. And this stuff just goes everywhere. It just literally makes a mess, right? It takes more than 24 hours. Yeah, that's what I wanted to fix my clock. Now, you can use these type of resins, but what I would use was obviously like a 3-in-1, which is, you really want to turn it into like the hardest point going. They do a 2-in-1 and a 3-in-1. The 3-in-1 resin is a 2-part, it's a 2 different types of mixture and a hardener at the end of the day. You can buy them a little bit more expensive, but it would give you will have to leave it in there for more than 24 hours. I would say to cure it 2 days, to make sure this stuff goes off fully, and then you won't have any issues. But then you'll never get it back out again. You'll end up busting it to get it all off. So yeah, I probably would have gone down that route because there's no point trying to use things like this. JB Weld. Yeah, JB Weld's good. Yeah, JB Weld will do it. Yeah, JB Weld. They use JB Weld for fucking cars, did they? Yeah. I had a grandfather clock that was broken. So this is Worms' favourite, right? This is one of Worms' favourite, the glue gun, right? He's got a fascination with glue, right? Because he says like breathing the fumes is good, right? No, the fumes ain't good. We'll all get iron glue, right? You don't want to get iron glue, right? This obviously don't solve all your problems with a hot glue gun. It may be, I call that a temporary fix, right? You want to do a proper job, like it's true what Pingo said, JB Weld. Yeah, you don't really want to use JB Weld. Epoxy's going to be the way to go through, but there's no even guarantee with that. Literally none. But if you, the longer you leave it, did you finish that desktop arcade base? It's round my mum's. I've had to sand it down. What I've done with it, I used obviously I took your advice. This stuff, this is another good thing. If anyone's got issues, right? I've never used this before. Now, Pico recommended this because this is epoxy gel, right? This is like a very it's a gel coat filler basically. So it is like a form of like on that. You literally have to mix it with a hardener and obviously bought a packet of black dye. And obviously this will go hard. You have to leave it for about, well, it says about 20 minutes to half hour, then it starts setting. But obviously this is for plastic only. So what I've done with it, filled the hole in, took it round my mum's, right, because obviously I've got my motorbike and all my other bits in here. She's got a bit of a bench that I'll set up. Dumped it on there. Now, obviously, when I still got some of my car stuff when I used to work on the old crash repairs, right, doing the old bumpers. So I had a nice big bit of plastic and I put some 3000 grit paper straight on top. And I did fill it ever so slight. There was a slight bump. So what I've done, I've got me plastic spudger on there and literally give that 3000 grit, took the fine layer off. Yeah, there was still a little bit. I was still running some issues. So I took it down ever so slight, then sprayed, warmed it up like you said. Always put it in a bowl of warm water, warm up the aerosols because they actually, the paint, when it's warm, it actually feels, if you get a better spray, basically, you get a much better finish. Plastic coat, so I put some plastic primer on top of that plastic, and then let that dry, give that about 4 or 5 coats, right? Just give it a thin layer and kept it about that much of a distance because you don't want to go right in because you're going to get run marks. And then I used a plastic. Then once I've done a plastic primer, I used a filler, like a primer, so like a primer and filler. I'll give that 2 coats of that. Then sanded it down with 3000. Then give it another coat, left it, and then give it 1 top coat of the satin, and it looks near enough perfect. It looks like, but I've got to go back and finish it tomorrow. But I'm glad I've done it in a garage because the smell on that is really, the solvents on it. Yeah, you don't really want to breathe the solvents in. It's not good for you. You know, it's like breathing in fumes for your stuff, which is not ideal. And it. So yeah, I really I really wouldn't say don't. Well, I really recommend doing it indoors. Do it in a well ventilated area because obviously solvents are not good to breathe in on that front. Which is, like I said, no one really wants to breathe that type of stuff in. So yeah, let me go back in here. Let's have a quick look on see where we are. So we got 20 minutes. So it looks like we're still going through because I've got to cut all that NAND out and dump it into that file. Solvent abuse. So solvent abuse is not great, you know. Yeah, obviously breathing that in. So we've still got 20 minutes to go. So that gives me time. Let's take this one apart. So I've never done. This is obviously a difference between. This is a 520 ST STFM. This is a 1040 STFM. Fuck me, look at the difference. It's like chalk and cheese. It's literally it's not only thinner, it's much chunkier and all, and it's ever so slightly longer. Only by a few, but it's obviously, you can see the difference. This thing's a bit of a beast. Obviously, but I've got no power to this, so it'd be interesting to take this one out. Have a quick gauge and see where we get. Now I don't know if these screws. No, they will come out. That's cool. What are we on? We're still on 62% on the battery, so we're still good. And that's why I want to back that up. I just want to take the NAND off. That's all I'm doing. Take the NAND off, so it dumps the rest of the NAND onto the SD card, and then I can take that off. Once that's off, that NAND is then backed up. Then I ain't got to muck about on it. It's the NAND that's filling all the card up because they're big files. So this is going to be interesting. Again, I'm dabbling into the unknown here at the end of the day. I've never had to deal. Obviously, this is being the spinning platter, and these are manded to the board. If these go bad or this fucks up, game over, because you will never be able to take one of these apart. These are manufactured on. And I'm pretty right if Stuart's here, he'll say, yeah, you're right. Because I tried taking one off. I busted the board getting it off. You can't get them off. They are machined. They must be compressed with a cylinder on that front. Yeah, same. Never worked on your old drives on that front. Yeah. Chris, am I right in saying these are manufactured? These are pressed onto the board. You cannot take these off. Because I tried taking one off and I broke the board. It was only an old board anyway. I was quite curious. Because this is what spins the platter. Yeah, the big wheel in front of the button. Yeah. Yeah. These are pressed on. You'll have an issue. You'll never get one of them off without breaking it at the end of it. So, obviously, this has got some form of power-related issue. Yeah, I don't think that they come off. No, you can't. You can't take them off. They're actually machined on. When they press them, I think it's like a special machine. I did watch it, and the machine. There was a documentary about how they made it. It's on YouTube. You can easily Google it and find it. And it was really fascinating. The machine took the wheel, held the board, and it just went, and that was it. It was on. And then you couldn't get them off. And I think that's it. It sits on that spindle, and that spindle goes right through the other side of this. And I think that's what the problem is on this. But this one's obviously got no power. So, well, we've got partial power, but we've got no... This don't spin. So obviously we've got something wrong with the circuitry in here that's packed up, that's causing this not to pick up data. So I want to take this off, and these are clipped in because the platter's on the top part of these heads. But I still think the issue's around here somewhere. I think this has got a problem in the circuitry. Not reading. I think that half's alright. I think the issue's going to be up here somewhere. Obviously not talking for this to spin up. Fuck me, I didn't think them Nintendo Switches take this long to do. I only want to back up the NAND. It takes 20 minutes. 20 minutes to back up something on it. 16 minutes to go. So we're back up to 16 minutes, but that gives me time to sort this out. And I'm pretty sure if I look on here, we should have a plus. I think that looks like a plus. So I think this is the plus side of the. You should have a 12 volt and a 5 volt, right? Obviously coming out with most of these drives, you should have a 12 and 5, and then you'll have -5, -12. I'm pretty sure. So all these pins will be data, but obviously, they're the data lines, but these will all be power related. Obviously, it needs the correct voltage to get in. So all I need to really do is inject 12 volts into this, and I should be good. You could switch the details on the drive of the disc that's in it. Yeah. So obviously. Because looking at the circuitry, and I mean, obviously the problem is I've got back into it on there. Obviously, this is your data line, so this is obviously going to be from the reading from the IDE. So you've got your data signal here. So it looks like we've got a jumper setting here. So it's put onto DS, and that's your data side, right? So yes, you're like, to read from it. Obviously, I don't know what the other side of the pin is because it looks like it don't go to nothing. So we do need to read it from the data. But I think the issue that we've got something of, obviously we've got a logic chip on here to talk to the remaining parts on this board. But There's no jump. Is that a jumper setting on there? I can't remember. No, that's built in on. That's built in on the board. So we've got cables. We've got ribbon cables going in. Make sure these cables. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Looking at that, just make sure these ribbon cables are richly sanded in, because this has never been apart. So obviously this has developed a fault somewhere along the line. Obviously we've got power coming off from this circuitry. When we look on there, so it looks like you've got your 12 volt on this side, 5 volt on this side, right? Because you can see the 5 and 12. Obviously I can't zoom it in, but it's got 5 on there, 12 on that side, right? 12 volt on that, 5 volt on this side. That looks like that goes through a capacitor, right? So straight away, these capacitors have got green dots on it. These two have got green dots. So straight away, could these capacitors have gone faulty? Can't send the data, I've got right through. It's restricting. Obviously, we've got some resist. We've got some resistors here, so we could check the value of the resistors on that side. So the transistor side. So, but we could also try these tiny little capacitors, because we've got some jumper wires going on to this. So this is I'd say the first lot of board. This is the secondary lot of board that goes on to the platter, because this is not reading. It just won't read from it for some reason. Again, don't think it's going to be anything on this side. I think the issue is going to be around here, and I think that's where the problem lies, because obviously the power's going in and it's just got a red light. It won't spin up, nothing. You know, obviously be nice if we get it up and running, the top side. Look around this smallest switch. Yes, so again, there could be a switch that decays the drives in. So this is what I think the issue is, looking on there. So again, the switch side, because as soon as you put the disc in, it should enable, when the disc goes in on it, it obviously clips in, and then it locks the mechanism on that front, because that's what this is. This is a cutout, so it should lock, then turn the signal, goes back into that pin, then go back into the circuit, goes on through here, helps to spin this up. So again, yeah, you could be right. So again, it's the way this is the way it's been mechanismed on it. Now, obviously, this don't have an issue with the checking mechanism. Look at that. That works flawless, right? So what a difference from the first 520 to the 1040. They must have solved the problem. Because that's not even in what's name, it comes out beautiful. So I think the issue is like you said, it could not be reading because it's not locked in for it to be read. It's probably why it sits there. Yeah, underneath that cover on the left hand side, take that front cover off. Yeah, you could be right. So yeah, because I think that, like you said, I think that the issue is the disc goes in fine, right? Obviously this is part of that mechanism which we can't take off, but I think you're right. I think that looking at this is you've got switching mechanisms, so this could be a switch, right? So obviously that locks, so we haven't got an issue here because that locks in, which brings it down, right? Obviously that then is supposed to read, because this is what gives you your reading point on there, right? So that's not going to be the issue, but that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, is this got it's not pushing down enough to activate a switch? Because I was thinking the exact same thing, and I don't think that's the problem there because I can't see it. So I think the issue is like it's got to be on this side. No, contact cleaner in and out. Really? Yeah. One side detects the other side when it's right protected. Right, okay. Let's get that torch for a minute. Let's grab that torch and have a quick look. Quick gauges. because obviously, again, the way this mechanism works is so complex, it's unreal. So we've got a rubber belt. I can see a rubber belt down here, right? Obviously, that's the part of the platter where it spins up, which is part of this, right? So when this spins, that spins on there, which you can probably, I don't know if you, how well you can see that, but you can actually, yeah, like there. So obviously that spins that side. That's why you can't take these out. So there's nothing else in there that I can see. They're just guide pins, right? And spring mechanism. So there's no mechanism under here. So once that sits in, that just locks in. So the issue here is obviously not going to be on this side, I don't think, because I can't see it. There's literally no locking, no activating pin that it pushes down on to actually, like, you know, like it might be like a lock thing that it goes in and that's it sits in. I can't see it. All we've got is a mechanical arm, which is this one here, which it's just sat, you know. Look. There's on the top right front. Look at that disc and see in the hole to see if there's anything inside that drive. Well, that's what I've just looked for, because I thought that there might be the way this works, right? It's when you insert the disc. When the disc goes in, it's a bit like a VHS. It has to sit. It goes in straight, and then like VHSs, and then the mechanism pulls it down to put it into play, obviously, and then it pulls the tape out. This works very similar. That it goes, the actual disc goes in. There's a right protector and slider. Yeah, right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. But obviously, it's not pulling any data because I just get just a constant red light and it won't work. But I'm going to inject 12 volts into this to see if we can pull anything from it. But there's nothing in the mechanism that I can't see except for this end. So as soon as it activates, that then should turn a signal up here to send from that data cable, because it looks like it comes from this data cable up here, which pulls in right up this section. So around here, which is right in front of where this cable comes straight into this motor. So I wonder if we've got, obviously once it locks in, this is what reads, it starts spinning the platter. So obviously, because we've got no spin here, so I don't know if we've got a problem up this end into the second part of the circuitry, because obviously look at the way they've done that, this snaps into two. So hopefully, I don't know if we got what I really need to do is take this board out, right? Now I don't know if I can actually take this board out, which I can't see why not. It looks like it just clips in. Take this board out and then put power in to see if we got any voltage coming out here. So if we ain't got any voltage coming out here, then obviously the problem lies on this board, not on the top part. That's probably why it makes sense why we've got nothing in. So I would say let's give that a go, and then do an injection payload into 12 volts in, see if we got anything around here and if we got any output, because that's what that reads in anyway. Because obviously you've got, obviously putting from around this point, you've just got red, blue and yellow. And look at it there, these are probably going to be 5 volt and 12 volt. Try to pull into the secondary. If we ain't got nothing coming in around this area, then I know we've got a problem around here somewhere. We can eliminate that. The issue is going to be around here. So I'm just hoping I can take this out, which I've never took one out before, that front. But I think part of it, to hold that in, looks like I've got to take them 3 screws out. So let's give it a go. And these are enough going to be tight, and I think that holds all that plattering, because there's no other way of taking these boards out unless they're all out from here. Sorry guys, let me pull that out so you can actually see. I wish I had a much better camera, because I could have zoomed in and you could have seen what I was doing. That other camera's too zoomed in. I've got to have a look for like a lens that zooms out. It's just too magnified. I can't come out of it. Now obviously this is going to take the front off, but well, that'd be easy, wouldn't it? Right, that now makes that a lot easier and accessible to get to. Right, obviously taking it in. So now you can see what I mean, Chris, when I say it's about going right in. Just looking right in that what's named on it. There's nothing else in this, nothing at all. It's just guide pins. So all we got is a spinning platter, and I was right. If we take that out, that's going to cause. I think that holds that. Looks like it holds part of all this in. So will this circuitry board come out if we take them 3 guide pins out? The what's names on it, I don't know. I've never took one of these apart before, so this is what I'm saying. Yeah, they see the switches on the left hand side, right? Yeah, it's a switch system. So this is what makes me think that yeah, they puke upwards. So right, okay, so obviously the issue is I want to get this board out so I can have a see. If I inject 12 volts down the bottom, I can then, well, I start off with 5, see if we've got any voltages, and then up it to 12 on the other side, on that, and then at the front. So basically, but we should be able to get that circuitry out, and that's what I'm saying. There's a screw right here. I think that's a screw, isn't it? No, it's not a screw. It's not a screw, no. So there is a way of getting that out without not breaking it, because obviously we've got this issue here. It's at the front, but because I don't want to take all this cage apart, it's going to be an headache at the end of it. So there's a guide pin there for this, so I don't think I need to take that. I think the issue is going to be them. So let me take them out. Let's have a look. Because the way this is going, it's like you said, this is not working anyway. Right, we've got 60 seconds, and then that's it. We can continue where we left off with this display clip. So we've obviously got 60 seconds on this front, taking this remaining at 45. So it's gone down a bit now. Obviously we're getting it. That's just to take off the NAND, to back up the NAND, because obviously we ain't got the room on there. And then we can continue where we left off. And then hopefully should be 20 seconds. This is going to be done. This is just to bloody back up the bloody NAND, for God's sake. You know. But it's got to be done, innit? I'd rather back up the NAND. It does make sense. There's 2 of them. Yeah, I'm going to take them screws out. I think that's what's holding that board in. And then hopefully that board then, I can separate it from the actual thing. Thank God for that. Right, good. So, if I remember correctly now. So now we've got all the NAND on that. There's pin, we should have from pin 0 all the way up to pin 19. Right, on the thing on there. So all the bin files on there. But we still got more to do. So now obviously I can now take that out. Thank God for that. Go back to the camera. Cool. So now what I need to do now is eject that micro SD card, which I can, which is safe to do. Cool. Turn her off. Take that out. Now, obviously, we need to put this back in because now we've got the room in the thing there, and continue where we left off. Right, cool. Finished and verified. It says on there. Click back up. back up that one. So it's checking for your free available face. And it should continue where we left off. Yes, it did. So it's continued where we left off. So that worked. So you leave the bin files on there. Don't touch the other bin files on there, the boot files. Take the bin files off. Don't touch the boot files. So if you ever get this issue, when you want to continue it, leave the boot files on there. And it did tell you to leave it on. And now it should continue the remaining 68% to 100% to take the remaining bin files off. Because remember, I want to put Linux on this as well, because I can then run custom firmware on the Linux, which that's what I originally wanted to do to start with. I am going to do this again, but I won't have to go through that process because I've already backed up the NAND. So once I've backed up the NAND, I'm not bothered. All I need to do is just format the card because I've got the NAND backed up. So I ain't got to go through all this palaver again. And I will get a 256 card. If I can't find it, I'll just get another one. So anyway, so we've continued where we left off on that. It's up to 60%. That's interesting though. It's actually quite clever, isn't it? So tell you what, these are well put on. They're not coming off. They're just not even. That's not even budging. Let's grab a better screwdriver. And I don't want to use an electronic screwdriver because I know where this goes. Electronic screwdrivers cause all types of issues. You know, you start rounding that head off, you'd never get to that. You'll have to take the cage out, which I don't really want to do. Yeah, right tool. So now I probably wouldn't recommend using an electronic screwdriver on it because they, again, over taught it. You've only got to round that screw head off. That's it, game over. They've used Loctite on these. That's exactly what they've used. They've used Loctite. And I've got Loctite up there. The stuff that I've got, I put, and I will put some back on. This stuff, I've got it from AliExpress, but it's the Loctite 271 thread locker. And I recommend you put it back on because once these are torqued up, you don't want them coming unloose. Obviously the vibrations, and they obviously, it's the same thing because it tells you on there it's for bolts. You don't get a lot on here. How many grams do you actually get? 10 mil. It only gives you 10 mil. 10 mil's hardly about anything. It's about like that. So yeah, you don't get a lot. It's expensive. You know, that ends up being about £7 just for 10 mil. But it's worth it because, like you said, it's the idea to just lock your things on there, all your threads, so these don't come undone again. Obviously, I know why they've done it because of vibration. You don't want these all coming out. Right, so they're out, right? So now she does. So obviously we can now take this out. Can we take her out? I can't see why we can't take her out, but yeah, we can. Okay. So we've got this out, and this is what I was saying about the platter, right? Now obviously we couldn't, for the love of God of me, this is why I'm thinking that if these platters ever go bad, it's game over because it talks to this board. Because they literally machined these on. This is why you've got no way of taking these off. So if any of these, if it's just say for argument's sake there's something broke inside, these are magnet inside there, right? They're like a counterweight magnet, and if that ever just breaks for any apparent reason, that's it. You've bricked this side's bricked. That means you've got to take the chip out, and then obviously that looks like a clock capacitor, like on that clock capacitors, and then you've got your normal capacitors. And I'm not sure what these are. I forgot, but obviously you've got some transistors. But you'll have to take that chip because that chip will talk to this chip. And if you look, these chips, one is a HA13. Yeah, it is. So these are like a BIOS. These must be like a BIOS chip that talk to each other. Obviously there's orientations because there's stripes going down it as well. So obviously if this does break for apparent reason, I mean it's made by Atari. Atari's got its own logo on it, so this is their official lot number at the end of the day. So this chip talks to that chip. So say for example, say you brick this for some reason or something goes wrong, because obviously this is going to be for the part of the front where this goes. You need to take that chip off, whatever you do, and then put it on another board. I can't see why you couldn't, because it's only the chip that you need. So you should be able to get safe by just taking that bit off, plonk that on another board, and you should be good to go. You should talk to it. I mean, it's not as if, you know, you can always program the chips if you've got a programmer, but not everyone's got one of them, unfortunately. So what we need to do now, obviously now we've took that out, I've got the pins obviously going into that. So what I want to do now is just inject 5 volts into this. Let's see if we got any voltage going in, because obviously it's not going to spin the platter, but at least it'll tell me in circuit if we've got any voltages coming out of any of these pins, because I don't think it is. I think voltage is only going to go so far and it stops. So one of these components are failed on here, because literally I've got nothing. When I plugged it in, all I got was a red light. I didn't even hear that platter spin up. So I think something's gone here that's not talking to that top part, and I bet I'm right on that front. So let's give her a ganges and see where we get on. But the old trusted 3-in-1 oil does its job. So yeah, I'm definitely saying on that. Really quite pleased. We are up to 79%. So doing this backup on that front, if I can't believe Worms ain't backed his NAND up. But, you know, he bricks it, or that goes wrong, that's it, it's game over. Obviously you should really back up your NAND, any NAND. I did. I backed up the BIOS file on the Xbox One. It took about 2 hours to back it up. It took forever. But it's worth backing up, because again, it's all files that you need. I think that's what Rusty Russ was running into issues, because he was running into the exact same problem, but he didn't realise he didn't put the capital E in, which he should have put the capital E. You shouldn't use lowercase, it's all got to be capitals, and that was end up being part of the problem. But he still ran into the issue of the IDE issue, because the SATA connector has to be Pacific. The Xboxes, the original Xboxes, really have to be, they're really finicky. It was an headache. I see the headache he was running into, and I went, lucky enough mine was all done, and I ain't got to do it again. But I've backed it. It's still sensible to back everything up. I only got 1 inject voltage into that to find a blown. Oh right, yes. So yeah, actually you could be right, but I just want to test some of these values on some of this circuitry, because we've got a couple of these transistors here. So I want to check the value just to make sure. We've got two different colours here injecting. So we've got gold, obviously, which is always at the bottom, and the front, and then obviously because you times that, some of these are timed, didn't they? So one might be 432 times 10 or something, or of its value. But I just want to see if they are, because then I can read up to see if they are reading. So we've got 2 going into 1. We've got a couple of them on here. I don't know if there is any fuses on it. No, I can't see any. We've got a couple of jumper settings on that, but let's give it a go and see how we get on. So kiloohms. We're reading on that one, we're reading 5.59, but remember, you're reading it in circuit. When you're reading in circuit, it always gives you it pulls down, didn't it? It pulls the next, that's what I learned, it pulls the resistance down, because it's reading the next part, it's partly reading the next thing that's right next to it, which is more transistors, so it's not going to give you its true value, which there's always the same, but I always reverse it. But yeah, it's near enough about, you know, there's about 10% tolerance levels with these, but they look like that one there is reading into that. See, that's pulling, so that's quite low. it looks like it has 4.62 k ohm resistance, which is, like you said, not ideal, but it is reading in circuit on that, and it's two pulling together, so they have to keep that low. 4.62, because these are joined. And when I reverse it, it shouldn't be pulling anymore. It should be near enough the same value for 4.62. So yeah, 4.62 on that one. What about on this one up here? 7.50. There's nothing else running except that seems to be in parallel with that chip. So we've got 7.50. They're going to be low anyway. They're not going to be really high resistance because obviously it's just to keep the current down and stop it from taking out the next component. So I think my best guess on there is, obviously I could take the circuit board out because there's nothing really. I've got some ribbon cables to dismantle. I could test the caps and see what the value of these caps are, because someone's put green blobs on all three of these, but on four, but they didn't put them on the other, on here. So was these caps replaced? Did someone replace these? Because why would you put a green dot? Obviously, looking at the value of some of these, they are 4.7 capacitors. They're so tiny, Jesus. So what we got? We got four. They are they 4.7? 0.47. 0.47 microfarad at 50 volt. No way you're going to put 50 volts in that little tiny capacitor. It wouldn't take it. There's no way that will take 50 volts. That'll just pop instantly. It won't even get half its value at that. It'll just pop. See, some of these capacitors could have even gone bad. And it's obviously not putting the voltage in. The chip needs about roughly around about 5 to 12 volts with chips. Most chips only inject 1 volt when you find the blown part. Right, good top man. That's a top tip. I'll inject 1 volt. Obviously I don't want to go, because the last thing I don't want to do is end up, because remember 12 volts goes in, but obviously it goes in and it pulls out at the same time because it has to go through the other part of the circuitry. So yeah, that will make sense. I'm not going to go mad on that front, but this is nearly backed up, and then I need to take that card back out, take the remaining out, and then that's it. And then I can put the other part of the software in. Fucking hell, how long's that take? I mean, obviously it's 8:42 to try it even just to back. That's just to back up the NAND. So yeah, I think Pete goes right as usual. As he always does his magic. I totally agree. Don't go mad with this stuff. At the end of it is because obviously you inject too much voltage in, you're going to fry up a component on there. What's your address, bud? I've got something for you. Oh, right, okay. No worries, my friend. Give me a minute. I'll do this off camera. Where's the Discord? How to set up your console from scratch. Right. Let's go to Pecos. Yes, I've got something for you. You'll find it very useful when fixing things, and I'll send you. I can show you off stream. All right, top man. He's always does his magic. And Pico, I'm going to say this. I do not when I give something, I do not want it back. So you can do whatever you please, my friend. At the end of the day, you get it. If you get it up and running, good for you. It just makes a good stream. Like I said, I'm not an Indian giver. I don't believe in that at the end of it. Obviously, a all I done was just hopefully try to save it from the electronic waste, because that was just going to go into the company that we use to save all our stuff for the broken electricals. So if you do get it up running, I don't need it back, my friend. You keep it. So let me give you my address. I'm going to do this offline, so make sure first, because yeah, that's all right. I'm not in the stream. There you go, all done, my friend, all done. So we've got all that on there. So this is and that's nearly done there. So yeah, if you get Avo working, it's yours, mate. I can put it into your retro display. Yeah, whatever. I mean, I'll pay for you, whatever you need to do. I'll you know, by all means. I'm not normally, I don't take things back. Once I give it, I'll give it. You know, I don't believe in it, you know, and I've never been the jealous type. So, you know, it'd just be nice. It's just that it would have just looked good on all my retro stuff that I've got. That's why I got it. I mean, I could have just left it broken and it wouldn't have made no difference. But the idea is, it's like everything. It's all about learning about it don't mean because it's retro, but it's all about learning about doing repairs and try to get to the bottom of something and get it all working. And you know, to me, I'm still learning. I'm still a noob, but I'm obviously not everything you can fix to a certain degree. It's a what if, you know. It depends but you do gain experience and also confidence as you're going along. This is what Joey was trying to say. We're up to 96%. Fuck me, the TV wants to turn off now. God, jeez. Right, give me a minute, guys. Otherwise, I'll have nothing on the screen. Right. quick. It's there. I'm trying to look for the bloody remote, and then fucking TV's going to. Oh, yeah, it's underneath. 4 minutes. Right, cool. Okay. Yeah, it would be nice on display. You'll be able to see it was repaired and working. Yeah, actually, yeah. But it's entirely up to you, my friend. I'll leave it entirely up to you. I was quite happy to give it to you. That's what I said to you. The fronts. It's like doing a giveaway. You know, once you give it away, you don't say from 6 months later, "Oh, I couldn't have that back, could I?" You know, no, it don't work like that. you don't. That's the idea of Johnny doing a stream. Give me 1 minute. Let me have a quick bite of it. I've had nothing. I've been out all day. Comparing the bloody dog decides that he wants the other half of my sandwich. He don't fucking chew it, he just swallows it. The rolls have gone a bit dry. That dog don't. He must have a black hole in his mouth. He don't chew it. Seriously, I've never met a dog like it. Comparing, he was locked in a coal cupboard. They didn't want him, right, at the end of the day. And for a 3-year-old dog, he ain't a bad leg. Once he gets to know you, he ain't too bad. But the trouble is with these mastiffs. These mastiffs, they're very clingy. Once they bonded to you, they really do know that, you know, they're really reliable. The trouble is, he can't be trusted around kids or other dogs. Because he's already had me mum's staff. He had him by the throat. That's why I had stitches in my hand. I had to go up to the hospital because I was trying to break it up and he put his tooth right there. Literally right there, and he just punched it right through. Right, I had to go in for stitches because I was trying to get my fist in his mouth to try and pull him apart. His bite force is unbelievable. Right, well that's good to say. Well, that's a good message straight away. Backup successful, right? You can now done, and now you can get on to completing the EE and GPP backup, right? So we can now take that out. It's 100% verified, right? Time taken, right, for that remaining bit took 19 minutes. So we can take that out. We take fucking hell, hang on. I'm feeding me. I'm streaming me sandwich. Well, obviously, so thinking, hang on a minute, that ain't a repair. That's a bloody sandwich. What's he on about? Right, let's take that NAND, let's take that RAM out, right? Let's back up the rest of that NAND. Right. I won't close it yet because otherwise it'll come up with an error if I try to do that. Because it'll try and look for it. I'm going to put Linux on there. Linux is a great operating system to put onto a Nintendo Switch. You can put a lot of custom stuff on through Linux because it's a bit like a stripped down version of Windows. Because remember, all it does, it mimics the interface for the like a SteamOS. So you can make it look like SteamOS, but you have to do it through Linux, and that's what I want to do. I want to do a custom interface on it. Right. So guys, I know you got map. See me map or bloody what's name on it. Right, let's turn it on. Cool. Right. Let me go back into OBS and I'll show you. Right. So we've got the remaining NAND, right? The bins on here. So I'm going to go to boot up, switch. We're going to go to backup, and there's the remaining, right? So we had 1 to 19, and now we need 20 to 29. So I need to take these off. So I'm going to cut these out, go back into that. Well, obviously we've got 0 all the way up to 19. So we're going to click paste, and that would then take off the remaining, which still leaves 18 gig. We've got to take off 8, and that's going to take 18 minutes, right? So that goes to show that if you haven't got a big card, you can do it this way. It just takes a little bit longer. So, which is cool. So you know that if you think you're going up, you think, oh no, my card ain't big enough. Don't worry, don't panic. The guide through mechanism, it tells you, as long as you've backed it up, it makes no difference. So hopefully we'll come back into 18 minutes and we'll come back to that. So first things first, let's put a jumper pin on this. Let's get this. I need to, like Pico said, put one injection in 1 volt. Because I don't want to put high voltage into this. I really don't. I know what happens because this has the talking circuit. That's why it pulls 12 volts on it, right? So what I've got, this is obviously for one of the computers, right? What I'll have to do, that's another thing. The laptops are sent over to you, right? Obviously, I couldn't put the power supplies in because the weight really rocketed when I put all them in because there was a massive amount, right, of all these laptops. There's about 9 in there, right? 8 or 9 laptops. I couldn't put the power supplies in because I bunged you a load of cassettes in, right? Tell me what power, because I've got the power supplies in here. Now I can do the power supplies separate and I'll send them to you. So I've got some. I did put labels on some, but some of them ain't got hard drives in. They just didn't even have it. So you might have to source an hard drive out. And obviously you dealing with PCs with all your breakdown stuff, you should be all right. You should be able to get them. They're going to be 2.5s. But yeah, if you can if you tell me the voltages, then I'll send you pictures on that front. Do you know what you're better off doing? Because obviously doing it through Discord, I keep getting that Poxy Nitro up. If you're better off doing it through WhatsApp. If you WhatsApp on it at the end of the day, then I can upload the picture. Yeah, don't need to worry about that. What the power supplies? Because I've got the power supplies. I've got power supplies to some of them at the end of the day. That's why I had to keep the weight down. It was already up to fucking nearly 16 kg. And if it gets to a certain amount, it skyrocketed. I think it's yeah. I've got loads of it. Oh right, okay, buds. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I've got loads. So yeah, I didn't think you had the power supplies. That's what I said. Because some of them's got keyboards missing. They've got multiple issues. I can't be dealing with it, to be honest. And it ain't made no difference. Because look, they was all piled in that bloody corner, right? All them laptops. I ain't cleared that corner. Yeah, it just saves you posting them. Yeah, I don't mind posting them. It don't bother me, you know, at the end of the day. But if you need them, they're here anyway, you know. I'll just keep them to a certain degree. Fucking dogs glued all over the floor. But they ain't made a clearing in the corner because I thought clearing the laptops out. Obviously, I still ain't got the bloody room. Yeah. So yeah, what I've done with these, obviously this is off the computers, right? You've seen these. These go on the motherboard for your jumper settings, for your hard drives and all things like that, because it's got it on there. HDVD, LED. Obviously, these might come off an old Dell system. You know, Pico stripped them down. You know what I mean? At the end of it. So, what I'm better off doing is, what side do you reckon I should put one of them pins? Now, obviously, this side says 12 volts. That side says obviously 5 volts. On that front. Now, I probably would have put it onto the 5 volt side and not the 12 volt side because there wouldn't be enough voltage going in. But obviously, one of these is going to be, obviously, it's going to be going to the chip and then it'll put it in the circuit. So I can put either one of them. Can I put one either? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can go one side and I can go the other side at the end of it. So obviously, these are being a 2-pin system. What side do you reckon I'm better off just injecting that 1 volt side on that? Do you reckon I should put it onto the right hand side where the 5 volt goes? Because it's got 5 on one side. You can see I ain't got a good camera. See, it says 5 here and 12 on this side. You can't see it. So I can go 1 volt, 1 amp. Whatever's easier. Yeah, we need to do both sides. You need to do both sides, I expect. Oh right, I see. Right, I've got. Well, let's go in the box of magic tricks then and see if I've got any singles, because I need these to be split up. And obviously this ain't. This is joint, so obviously that's not going to help me at the end of it. I think you're right. One at a time. Or would it pay me to do what Andy done? Is take the probes and put the crocodile clips on the probes, earth one side out on the chassis, and inject and just touch one side, and that should then. But then I won't know what. Yeah. Then I won't know the bloody output. Well, no, that won't work. That's the injection voltage, because then that will show up, and I ain't got an infrared camera, so that won't work. Let's have a look at the magic box. I've got a magic box in the middle. This is why I love to keep box of bits of, like, you know, it's like Pandora's box. This is like the universe trying to unravel. You're literally thinking, is he for real? He ain't been trying to pull all that out. So, like I said, I've got bits there for bloody PlayStation 5s. There's bits of laser. There's, I mean, you ever try and want to get one of these things? It's like an absolute nightmare trying to buy parts. Yeah, I thought that's what you was doing with the thermal cam. No, unfortunately, I haven't got a thermal cam. That's one thing I haven't got. The cheapest thermal cam's about 100 quid at the end of the day. You can probably get a cheap alternative, but to get a proper handgun one, they're going to be, you know how dear they are. That's one thing I haven't got. I'll have to just probe around on the multimeter. I haven't got a professional setup like you, bruv. I see your, actually see the way that the startup screen was actually quite nice. Oh look, fucking hell, look, there's a pedometer there. Fucking typical, isn't it, eh? Isn't it marvellous? Oh, it could be good there. Look, we got one there. Cool, okay. Well, that's all I need, wasn't it? Oh no, we need one either side. So I need another one. See, look, these bloody bits for PCs. But again, going in the right direction. Yeah, that's one thing I haven't got. So I haven't got a thermal cam. What you could do, you could use the old IPA trick, spray it with IPA and see what gets off. So there's another way of teeing. So there's always a workaround. That's one good aspect. Bloody hell. You know what I was saying about the other day, didn't I? Right? I was trying to find a conductive bit of metal to bridge on that other bit that was broke. Look, and I found one of these. So I thought, I wonder if I can cut that and try to solder that to the other side of that point. That again, that might be an idea. I might be able to come up, because again, you can't buy the metal components on it. It was on which is that bar top on that little mini arcade one I'm working on. But I want to get the repair done first, and we can come back to that after. The restoring on side of it, it's not easy to do. It really ain't. It's time consuming. So a lot of it's time consuming. No, they're LEDs. I can't fucking use them. Really? Seriously? What's this? No. Jesus. See, my glasses are bloody distant. I'm my carrots are terrible. Absolutely, I can't see a bloody thing. I'm not, you know, because I'm long-sighted. I can take things out. Oh yeah, that might do. Yeah, that do. We got a yellow one. So we've got a yellow one and we've got a white one. Two separate white ones. Right, cool. Yeah. I like a box of bits, because you know you never know what you need. Yeah, you know what Chris was saying earlier on, right? This was off an old 3.5 inch. Now you know what these are, Pico, because these come off the old 3.5 inch drives. Obviously, exactly the same thing, but the principles are the same. This is just a smaller version. This is a bigger version. These are on the big old IDE drives, you know, like the massive spinning drive. But the same thing. It sits right in the centre, and you take the old, because look, you've got the old 3 screws on it at the end of it, and I think that's what it is. These sit right in the centre. I managed to get one off on there, but I buggered all that up getting it off. But obviously the board, I mean, that's obviously part of all the logic chips that talk to it. But I only wanted it because you might be able to take components off and it'll help you out, you know, and things like that. But it's just on a bigger version. Right, let me put this back. I won't need that. Cool. Oh, God, bloody dog. How's he glued all? He's glued all the floor up. He has. He's glued the entire floor. Yeah, it is. I think that's what it is. They was a much bigger version, because the big floppy drives, they was on this size, which was, well, it's actually a little bit bigger than that, weren't they? Because of the platter, it just spun round. So what we can do, and now I can put these on the end now. I've got something to probe. So I've got one on one side, and I can put one on the other. Because I'd like to see, what's, because obviously we got 2 sides that we need to pull of the information. Right, obviously these are, well, that one I can pull back, that one I can pull back, or can I? No, you can't pull that back. So I need to cut this one off and splice the wire back. Right, okay. So obviously I can't pull that one off, so I might as well take that off, cut that off. Let's get me cutters. Cool. So now we've got something to, if I bend the wire over, it's got something to clip on. So we put the crocodile clips on. Right. And then I can probe it after. I just want to see what is pulling, if we're getting anything up here. Because I've got, I'll tell you now, I think something's gone around here. Because it just wasn't spinning anything. All I had was a very dim, just a very dim red light. It went, I didn't hear no spin up, nothing, even when I put a disc in it. Let me let's just quickly go and just go on. Oh, sorry, bud. Yeah, give me a minute. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. What name do you want to put the car in? Yeah, sure. There you go. Cheers, my friend. Much appreciated. Right, okay. So, how are we getting on with that? Is that copied that over yet? No, we are at 3 minutes 30 seconds to go. It's actually because I've got my old gaming rig. That's what I'm using on that front. Right. Fuck me, I can't believe how long that's took just to update that and copy the NAND over. It's ridiculous, isn't it? This is why, you know, fast cards really. But if I get a 256, all I've got to dump on really, I won't have to back up my NAND because I've done it. It'll be on my computer. So all I'll have to do is just format it basically, and then that part, the other backing up all the NAND stuff, I can skip because I won't need to back it all up because I've got it all on there. And that's what I'm going to do. I still need to take some other files off on that front, but what I'll do, I'll just copy the entire structure, and then that way I can take, and then I can guide it through that way, and then that'll help on that. So yeah, right. So voltage wise, Pico, what would you recommend on here injecting? So at the moment, it's up to 9. What are we up to? 9 volts, 1 amp, which is obviously not switched on. Obviously, I'm gonna have to ground this out to ground on this because they're not going to be negative on there. They're going to be live. So I'll have to ground this out straight away onto the chassis, which that's not a problem because I can just ground it straight to the ground on there, and that acts like an earth. So because it's going through to the motor, which will ground it through, so it won't be an issue. I would not do 9, no. So what would you recommend? Port, because I don't really, 1 volt to start. Right, 1 volt. Let's go to 1 volt. Let's go down to 1. Right, 1 volt, and it's up 1 amp. Would you do that about 0.5 of an amp on that one? And it's obviously you don't want to pull too many amps on there. It's the amps that's going to do the damage, or leave it at 1 amp. Because I just want to see if it's going to be pulling anything in. Because I think that we've got a problem here along the line. Half. Yeah, you're probably right. It would make sense. So I would say 0.5, and then, yeah, that sounds about right to me. So that's what it's pulling now, right? So it's going to be set at 1 amp, 1 volt at 0.5 amp. Now I'm going to grab any one side of this. I ain't switched it on yet. So would you say I should do the 5 volt side or the 12 volt side? I think really I should start off with the 5 volt side. I think the 5 volt side would be sensible to start off, and then go from the 12 and any. Yeah, ain't gonna make no difference anyway. You're right. So first things first, I need to put the thing in continuity mode. Yep, I'm organised, isn't I? Not. So I've really got to get a better camera system set up. Well, that's one thing that's really let me down at the minute. This 4K camera, this webcam, right? One that as soon as I get a problem, fucking freezes the camera every time. As soon as it plays up, all right, then the next minute it freezes. And then I have to keep bloody resetting the thing. Absolutely a joke. Right, so we need to put it in voltage. I'll keep it in a millivolt, right? I'll zero it, make sure it's all zeroed, so it's all centered, which it is. Cool. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to probe one end on the earth, right? And then I'm just going to go around probing and switch her on, and we'll have a quick test around to any, if we got any voltages around, because I can't even see if we got any voltages on the output, because they were just to see if we've got anything coming in. So I'm going to switch her on. She's now switched on, right? So it's reading at 0. See there, right? And let's see if we can pull anything in. So first things first, oh, find out that that's the wire gone on the floor. Let's see if we got anything from the back, right? And let's just see if it just pulls anything from that pin to that pin. No, we're obviously not. So we're not pulling anything onto that side. So no, we're not pulling anything onto that. Now we should do, in theory, we should pull something. We're not pulling anything. Even from the back of the pin, I'm not even pulling the 5, I'm not even pulling the 1 volt. Says 0.5. Take it off, so that is pulling, but it's not showing up on there, on that front. So I'll keep the earth strapped to the pin, strapped to the chassis, so I know it's making good contact on that front. You need proper ground. I think that's what the issue is, because it's not showing up. It's going to give you a false reading. I know exactly what you mean at the end of the day, and this is what I think. I totally agree with you, but I need to find an earth side that's which, how the bloody hell do you find an earth side? How's dog's ears even getting here? I just had to blow a dog's ear. Let's pull it onto the chassis on that, and let's see if that pulls anything, because it's not, for some reason it don't seem to be pulling. It's definitely not earthed out properly. I think you're right, because it should be pulling on the meter, and it's not pulling anything on the meter at all. And the reasons why I know that is because when I tried to earth the meter out, right, and on the ground pin, that straight away that should pull, and it's not pulling nothing. It's just sitting there. So something's obviously, like you said, this is acting like a shield. So it's not. Otherwise, you're going to be thinking that the board's dead. So straight away, I need to find, like you said, this is why I put the ground pin straight to the actual thing on it. And if I can find a ground pin, and I know that I can eliminate both of that, then it's making a good connection. But like what is a ground? Because it could be a side of this pin. nothing. We pulled nothing. I need to find an earth, and we can't seem to find an earth, which is not helping this situation because, like you said, yeah, finding it, isn't it bloody hard, isn't it? These, because that could be like an aluminium or something, and obviously that's obviously not helping the situation. Yeah, I can't really see. The ground pin on that board is on the circuit. Yeah, you can't really, it's like you said, it don't help with the situation, doesn't it? Because obviously this is where cameras do, this is where you need a good camera, see? This is sprung loaded, it's a bloody mechanism I've got, it's right janked at the end of it. But obviously, looking on there, these are obviously, I've got a couple of jumper setting pins on there, but it's pulling nothing on the meter. So that indicates to me, this is like an alley. It's not proper metal, it's not grinding out. So that's obviously not doing nothing. So it has to be pulled on this circuitry to actually trying to pull something through, and it's not pulling nothing. Because I would have seen that would have spiked up to 0.5. It's not even there. And you've got like a negative on that cap. Trouble is, I'll have to take that board out because it's all from underneath. There's nothing on that side. Obviously, you can see it. So the issue is all going to be up here, and I think that's what it is. This is aluminium. It's like an alley metal. This is not true metal. So this obviously is not earthed out for it. And I think that's where the issue is, because it should have pulled at least 0.5. It's not pulling nothing. It just don't seem to want to pull anything through. And that's what I need to probe. Just probe something so I can pull something on it. So what I'll just have to go is I'll just have to keep going through and see if it pulls anything. It's a guessing game. Obviously, what about a bottom end of a pin? Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, let's try one of these pins, because some of these pins might actually be an earth. Normally the corners. We've got nothing, absolutely nothing. I'm going to swap that pin over, push it over to the other one. Let's try that. Let's see if that goes. The other side was that was a 5 volt. This is the 12 volt side. Right, so let's try that again. Just out of curiosity, see if that pulls. Nah, not pulling nothing. Absolutely pulling Zada, nothing at all. No, I've got nothing pulling on that. Nothing. That is really, really bizarre. So, I mean, it's like you said, it seems like this side is dead. And I think this is what's causing the issue. It's not pulling the voltage through. Go to the negative on that cap. Trouble is, I can't even get the cap. It's so packed on there, you can't even get the underneath of it. For some reason, I can't. And I know there's something wrong, because that would have pulled 0.5. And that, if I can't get nothing on here, I'm not going to get nothing from here. So obviously I'll know when it's pulling something and it's connected, because it would have pulled. I'm not getting nothing. Because if I shorten that, well, I'm actually not even getting that. I'm not even, that's unbelievable, isn't it? So, oh no, you won't do, would you? Because it's onto that fold, right? So if I pull that on there, look, how I know that it pulls, watch. If I touch that, obviously, that should spike. Ground pin, right? Pulls straight away. I had to take it straight off, but it pulled straight away. So I know for a fact that if I know that this is pulling anything, it would pulled on that. But I've got nothing. I've absolutely got nothing at all. So I know that it's not pulling anything from this current side on here. So you know, so obviously we've got a grand issue here straight away. Is there any diodes? Yeah, none. No diodes at all. All we seem to be having on here, when I look, if I bring the torch in, you can see a little bit better in a little bit of the light. We've got obviously we've got some we've got some transistors and capacitors. Them little capacitors. Yeah, I might be able to go on the negative leg. What about, see that top part saying it's positive, but I can't get underneath that capacitor at the end of the day. But obviously the circuitry, it looks like on here, the yellow on here, we've got a 0 and a 1. Again, this could be, these are jumper legs. I know what these are jumper legs, that these bridge, they're bridged to go part of the next circuitry to go in. But we've got nothing, absolutely zero, we've got nothing at all. And this is what makes me think it's not putting anything on there. On the motor, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is there anything on this side? And there ain't. We can't get anything on that side except for a ribbon. And that ribbon's got shielding on it anyway. So it's really restricting me for what I can test on that front. Right. Top man. Thanks, Pico. I've seen that message on Discord. Nice one, bruv. Right. Let me have a ganges. I tried. What I normally do is that I normally try to take a corner of the leg, because obviously legs one side from a 40 IDE pin will have an earth or a couple of earths, but they're normally on the corner. I've got nothing. I probed even that. I've got nothing at the end of it, which is ridiculous. So again, exactly the same thing. I'm going to leave the multimeter off for a minute, right? Turn the multimeter off. I'm just going to try and let's try it again, because it might be like an issue with the on here, but we've got nothing. I've got nothing on the meter, so I'm going to try again. Just going to probe, see if we got anything on here. So I'm going around probing just with this crocodile clip, which is not ideal, but see if we just pull something. I just want to see if I can pull anything on that. And I can't, it's not pulling Zada. Absolutely not pulling nothing. Feels like it cannot get any voltage into this on whatsoever. So I'm gonna, if I do that and I'm not pulling nothing, then I'll try the inner leg. Right, see if it pulls something then. No. No. Oh, we pulled something. Now that pulled something then. 0.30. Right. Now we're pulling data on here. Right. Now that was interesting. We won't pull nothing on the actual the casing. Right. I was going around just probing. Even on the data pins. Right. Got nothing. Right. On the corners. Until I probed this. Right. I probed up here on these 2 pins. As soon as I probed on any of them, the bottom one, well, it did do. Ah, yeah. We're pulling 5 volts, but something was getting hot, so it don't like that. I'm giving it the field test, so make sure that nothing's getting too hot. So bye Pico. Oh, Pico's going. I'm just going for a quick smoke. Be right back. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we're pulling something, but obviously these crocodile clips ain't the greatest. But like you said, injection 1 volt, 0.5 amp. It obviously does make sense. Mind you, looking at these crocodile clips, these are the ones that got melted. So yeah, obviously these crocodile clips ain't the fucking greatest, I suppose. Trying to make connection. Now we're pulling, that feels like that's pulling 0.03 of an amp. So we've obviously got some voltage. We're getting something there. So I thought, let's just bridge that for a minute. So it pulls. Now I can give it the field test. Oh, we're getting a little bit of warmth from that chip. Ever so slight. The good thing is, because you're not putting much voltage into it, you can feel with your finger, because you're not putting too much voltage in. You don't want to fry any of these chips. It's probably not. So what I need to do is, let's get the probe out. Oh, misses. So we are pulling 0.24. So that must be an earth pin, right? And the other one spiked straight away. So, because you don't want to go too mad with it. This is how you do injection voltage damage if you're not too sure. And then you end up thinking, oh, yeah, perhaps I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, obviously it ain't great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that we're going to see what we're pulling now. Yeah, these crocodile clips ain't the greatest. I really need some better clips, you know. I'm working with such janky tools, it's unreal. It's like trying to do, all I can describe is, it's like trying to do open heart surgery, right, on a top patient with Mickey Mouse tools. It's not working out too great. And you're thinking, this is why tools are important. They really are important. Cameras are the most important because you want to capture and show everyone. I can't. I've got a fucking stupid arm system on there with these epoxy spring things. They're absolutely useless at the end of the day. So obviously that's not helping. Yeah, a minute ago I was supposed to be doing this switch. I know that's 100%. I've now gone on to fucking what's that? Talk about multitasking. I mean, at the end of it, yeah, it works out well, doesn't it? You start on one project and it completely goes out the window. Right, now obviously I want to get this in. I want to get this in view so I can show you guys. Because what's the point bloody streaming if you can't show someone? And then it's half blinded because the fucking light's too strong. So I want to probe these and see what we're pulling. So we're pulling 0.9. We are pulling voltage. 0.5. So that's cool. So that's 0.5. 0.4. IPA. Yes. If you're streaming tomorrow, I'll jump on and I'll jump on and watch. Okay, bruv. Yeah, might be an idea. But I'm thinking that the issue we end up having, one, I've got to get some better crocodile clips. These ones, that one's been melted so much when I injected 5 amps straight into that car radio, and it smoked like it smoked like anything, which didn't help the system. But I think you're right, because some of these, it is pulling 0. Well, that's what it's pulling. It's pulling 0.032 of an amp. So that bottom one I'm probing at the bottom, right up here, must be an earth. The chip is just slightly warm, ever so slightly warm. So it's obviously pulling voltage, but I need to probe. Are we getting anything? This is what I really wanted to test. Are we getting anything up here into the secondary, which that's what I really wanted to know. Because if we're getting voltage up here, We are getting voltage. So voltage is getting to that then. Because look, that's all I wanted to prove. It's just to actually see, are we getting voltage to any of these pins? We are. That means we're getting voltage around here to pulls all the way up here. Because if we didn't, if there was an issue like a chip or this chip here, the main chip, obviously if that packed up or it's not working properly, it won't pull any voltage to it. And that's what I was more worried about, because I thought we've got no, the platter weren't spinning. So this indicates to me we are getting some voltage up here, regardless of what that's pulling on it. We are getting a reading at the end of it. So to me, I think that's good news. What about the other pins at the back side of that? Are we getting anything? Yeah, we are. Well, so far, they're all pulling near enough the same amount of volts. Regardless that it might be a millivolt, that one's pointing towards a millivolt. Well, it was. No, we are 8.65. So all of these wires are getting voltage. These are getting voltage at the end of the day. So we seem to be good at that sort of point. Because when it comes up to a millivolt, obviously I'm not touching it. It's not probed, and look, the meter's going up on its own. So that obviously it's trying to read. So really, it's just going around probing. That's all you're doing. You just go around. Try the point, but the point of the matter is we are getting voltage up here, because that's what I was more worried about. Are we pulling anything up this end? Mind you, you're saying that we're not now. We did earlier on, but we're not. We don't see a millivolt is not a lot. Millivolt is not a lot of voltage going through. I'd rather it be like, oh, well that don't help, does it? The fucking crocodile clips come off it. Yeah, we're back on there. I think connections are obviously having a big part of this. Yeah, we're definitely having a connection issue here on this front, because this crocodile clip is not gripping great, because it's fucking crap as hell. It's burnt all the terminal connections. Obviously 5 amps it's gone through this, and it's not only melted it, it's not making a great connection. It is now. No, we're getting voltage now. We can actually see it. It shouldn't be a millivolt. It should be volt. We're getting probe there. Getting voltage there. But we're not getting nothing on the red. But that could be down to this section. So we obviously got voltage on the yellow, which is 0.423. I probed the blue. We got 0.79 of a volt, but we got nothing on the red. We got a millivolt. So right, I'm going to take that off, plonk that one then back over. That's why I like these little probes to actually stick on there. Now let's try it again. Still pulling voltage, good. We're not getting nothing on that red, and I think this is where the issue is. I need to trace where that red goes, and it looks like it goes underneath this circuitry. We're getting blue. We're getting yellow. I'm not getting nothing on the red. I'm getting millivolts. It's not even touching that. I'm probing the red, and I've not moved that. So now I'm going to go back over, change that pin. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting stuck. Now we can't get it off. Oh no. Oh yeah, she's off. Cool. The only downside is now we're getting nothing on the meter. We're getting nothing. As soon as I take it off, right, and put it on the end pins, we get nothing. So we have got issues here, and that's like you said. I've not done nothing to it, but we should have had something. But as soon as I take that off, put it on the other end, we get nothing. Put it on the middles. Let's put it on the middle one. We did it. It did come up. Hold up. It's this crocodile clip that's giving a right janky reading. Yeah. Hold up. Take that off. Put it on the other centre bit. 3. Put it on the corners. Nothing. On the other corner. Nothing. So we've got problems with the 5 volt and the 12 volt. For some reason, as soon as I put that on there, don't seem to like it. Test that test on the continuity from the bottom port to the top part of the port. That's a good, yeah, that's actually a good idea. And then to see if the end pin's probably grounded. So we have definitely got something issue on this, because it looks like to me, as soon as I put it on the outer pin, which is these pins here, right? Let me put the probe on and I'll show you what the issue it looks like. I've got that we've got some form of voltage from the centers, which is on these, right? And that's even pulling at 1 volt. So from this one and this one, we've got issues, right? They seem to be fine. A read, which goes all the way up part of the circuitry, which then takes it all the way up to, we do get partial voltage up to here, right? The yellow and the blue. All these probe, right? They're not in millivolts, they all work, except that one single red pulls nothing, right? So then they think, right, well, okay, that might be down to the end pins. Obviously, we've got 5 volt and we've got 12 volt, which is going to be going in. But we've got no readings from any of them, from the 5 to the 12. But the middle ones are fine, but the end ones, no, nothing. So that could indicate that we have got an issue why it's not delivering the 12 volts to go into the second part of the rail. So obviously that does make sense, but it's like you said, test it in continuity. We'll put it in. We'll put it in, so make sure she bleeps. Right. Let's just put that on standby for a minute. Right, so what I'm doing, obviously, I'm grinding the casing, right? So we just make sure we got everything in there. Right, just go around probing. So all I'm doing is just go around probing. So none of them should be beeping, which it shouldn't, right? Cool, okay. No, that shouldn't beep. That one's not beeping. Any of the pins, of the data pins, have we got any? Yeah, so I was right to start with, right? The bottom corner pin is an earth. Bottom corner pin earth. So we got 2 corner pins of the earth, but when I tried that, we got nothing on it. So again, nothing obviously from the 5 and the 12, but we've got nothing going round. So these are earths. Look, it's earthing out, earth. So these long guided pins, they are earths, because look, you can hear it bleeping away. I thought it was, that one's not, because some of these could be data, because they're like a jumper connector. That one does, that one don't. Don't. Cool. Right, let's test these pins. So that one there, looks like we've got an earth on that front. That one's dimmed. So yeah, by looking at it going all the way up on here, we've obviously that's an earth pin right at the corner on the shaft on there. So that corner one right up in the corner of that connector, that's an earth pin. So that's obviously earthing out. So we've obviously got some, but obviously we've got nothing on the 12 and the 5. So we seem to be having an issue down at the bottom here for some reason. You don't see. We're sort of, again, we're pointing in the right direction. Go for the to the bottom, to the top right hand corner. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So obviously, I'm going to take the bottom one, like you said, and then probe it. Right. So we have got some earth points on there that is grinding out, but I'm going to touch the, like Pico said, right? Touch one end on that, but we got nothing. Right. Nothing on the two outer pins. We've got nothing at all. Now if I touch the inner pin, these inner pins should, one of these should beep. Again, nothing. It looks like it pulls it through the circuitry. No, nothing. All right, what about, so we got nothing from, so we continued in from the power side, from here, probing from one end to the other. We've got nothing on that side because obviously it's not beeping. But when we did earth it out, obviously the inner pins are getting voltage to the top, the outer pins have got nothing at all. So that means that that's got to go somewhere else in circuit. But you should have still, regardless that that's still pulled, because you're bypassing the in part of the circuitry. So all you're doing is earthing it out, and then, because that's acting like a ground, and then all you're doing is just going around probing anyway. So I can't understand why that is this chip gone faulty, because obviously that could be another issue why we're not getting the voltage going up, because for some reason that red is a 12 volt, probably would be a 12 volt to pull into to spin that platter. That's probably why I'm only getting a red light. I think we're pointing in the right direction. Test the outer pins on the white ones. That's actually a good point, because again, I think the white ones are like an earth. I think that's what they are, but I think you're right. Inside and outside. It's gone right through. I can't test it. I can't test it. It looks like it's gone right through. I think that's an earth pin. If I remember, it looks on there, Pico. It looks like that's an earth pin on there. Can't seem to get it right through. Might be able to probe it. Let's shove this in, right? And then I can probe that in after I touch this, because I don't want to take this out of circuit. It's going to be a fucking nightmare. Let me touch one into the other. See, yeah, it is. So that's making connection. So what I've done, I took the flat spatula, shoved it right underneath where that wire was connected, earthed it out, and then touched the other end, and you just heard it beep. So I know that's making connection. I think personally, right, you want my honest opinion, so obviously this is the power input. This is going to be data. The data will only be about 3 volts. It won't read a lot in that, not even that point. I reckon the voltage is going in. It's going in, obviously it's feeding some of these pins to read that. I reckon the 12 volt and the 5 volt, we've got seen nothing. So I don't know if these caps have actually gone dead on that front. The only other way of knowing is take the board out, desolder some of these capacitors, test its values. Because if these capacitors are dead, you're not going to get no issues. And for some reason, I've got inner pins, I've got voltage, outer pins, I've got nothing. So I won't really know, but if they are all pointing towards that chip, which looks like that chip sit right in the way with all of this circuitry, where this red is before that chip. If that chip's gone dead, it won't deliver the 12 volts going to it what it needs. And I think that's what the issue is. There's no 12 volt line. We can't seem to be getting 12 volts up to this end to feed the rest of it, because even that 1 volt would have been enough, right, to feed, to at least pull, like you said, it would have pulled 0.1 of an amp or something like that. It wouldn't matter. You would still get something, but we're getting absolutely nothing from it. So the 2 outer pins are the most crucial part, because like you said, you would have got something going, but we've got nothing. So I would say the problem lies here, that can't feed the secondary. So the secondary part, which is the platter, I think it's absolutely fine. I think that issue is exactly from where I said at the end of it. And it seems a shame because, like you said, on that point, yeah, you're not going to be able to do nothing on it. So let me, because if that bloody chip is gone bad, but then these crocodile clips obviously don't help. And I don't like these type of connectors on here. They're absolutely dire. But I'm gonna just put one on one side, and it's just probe. Let's take that black probe, which is back on that side. You switch it back on. It should pull. We're getting nothing, absolutely nothing. So I'm going to take that side. If I take that pin out and then guide that pin in, no, it don't like none of that, none of it at all. We're getting no voltage from them end bits. Hold up. Because that chip starts getting warm. If I start probing it too long. Well, believe it or not, I've got the outer casing, right? Look what I've just done. I've tried the other pin, right? So I've got it on to the 5. I've got it on the casing. It's actually pulling 0.0004. Let's probe that now, see if we got anything up there. So it obviously is making, but something's not making a great connection on it at the end of the day. So again, earth out. I just want to see if we're putting anything on the open line. Obviously, it's ground her out first. Obviously, it would help. I just want to see if it's probing anything on that bloody back, because it was coming up with a millivolt. Just want to probe anything on there. Are we getting anything? We got 0.04. That looks like to me that's not right. It's just something don't seem right. No, we're getting nothing. Absolutely anything. We're all getting millivolts on these. Absolutely everything's putting millivolts. So what about on the other data line on there? Am I putting anything on that? No, millivolt. Millivolt. So that's acting like a short. That's just acting like a short. Which is not right to me. That don't seem to be pulling right. Because like you said, you should have got something. Connection is a right issue around on these, because these, for some reason, even with the middle pin, right, and the outer pin, it seems to be a bit hit and miss when it comes to the connections, because again, it don't seem to be great. Even though I've got it on the inner pins, that should have pulled 0.24, so I've got nothing again. So I think you was right. 1 volt was just about right on that. I'm glad you mentioned it, because that way you don't go mad. You're not going mad with it. Here we go. Well, it did go up to 30 and then it sort of cut out. It's this connector. I think it's that wire, you know. I think it's melted that wire so bad. As soon as I pull on it, it comes up 30. It's this crocodile clip This is what's causing the issue. I think it's that 5. I think that 5 amps is melted the connector inside here. It's not making a great connector. It's giving me a false reading. So this obviously. Let's put. Oh well, there you go. That's why. There's part of me issue. Look what he's done to the wire. Look, it's gone black. Oh well, we found one part of the problem. Why it ain't making a great connection. Fucking, let's sort that out, eh? Let's cut this off. Let's start. No, I thought, well, that's obviously not helping one bit. Look what, obviously it's melted the complete tip of that. He's seriously, I thought, fuck me, hang on a minute. As soon as I started wiggling it, I thought, well, that ain't helped, is it? It's you know, it's blacker than Frank Bruno. I mean, it's literally, it shouldn't be that colour. It should, no, there's no way. So yeah, that's obviously, and that looks like it's burnt all the wire through. Look, that's not good. When it starts burning wire through like that, right, straight away you know you got if that starts going all the way through, this is bad, right? That looks burnt all the way through. It's not even copper. Look, it's gone dull. I mean, that's going to be part of my issue, because it's giving me a false reading. That's when you was putting the magic smoke in on the other side. yeah. Obviously that didn't help, did it, on that front? Let's turn this off for a minute, because I'm really intrigued with this. Right, I'm going to shut this down. Right, obviously shut down. Right, I can continue that where I left off, but this is going to be part of the headache, because if that is not pure copper going through, right, this is again where the ends are. I might have to make a clip up, you know, until it gets pure copper coming through. That looks a bit better. Not great, but a lot better than what it was. All right, that'll do. So what I do, I'll leave it there, because look how much I cut off. Jesus. So that burned all that wire all the way through. Yeah, wow. I mean, hang on a minute. Something's not right with that crocodile clip. Yeah, look at it. It's fucking mangled up. Look at the state of it. It's literally rusted that with 5 amps going through it. Wow. I mean, and you can see the burn mark and all. It's literally, it's fucking, that's what's done it. 5 amps. That was only 5 amps. 5 amps done that. Yeah, you need a better leads than that, and that cable. Yeah, I think you're right. And I ain't got any more, so I might have to order some. That front. What's that one off? No, that's off me probe. I can't use that one. I don't think I've got any in here. There's obviously. Oh, hold up a minute. What's these? Can I use these? These look a little bit better, don't they? What I might be able to do, if I cut these in half, right? Yeah, that'd do. Do you know what? That's not a bad idea. I'm going to cut these in half, right, on these ones. Obviously, I'm going to take these crocodile, because these crocodile clips look nice, right? Well, they're not great, but they're a lot better than what's on here, right? I'm going to take the wire, cut it right up here, splice it in half. That is just, this is obviously not helping the situation. I straight away, I thought something's not right. If you can't get a good connection on something, obviously there's your problem. So what I might be able to do is take these barrel connectors off, right, and bin these. Literally just bin them. When I say bin, they are going in the bin. Look how much wire I cut off compared from the original. Obviously, that's how much it had to burn through. 5 amps did that, because it wasn't coming up with the pure copper. It was really dark and dull, and I went, nah, take them off. At the end of the day, you know, it does make sense. So I'm going to take the barrel connectors off and just use these. Obviously, this wire is about the same thickness grade. It's the same thing, so it ain't gonna make no difference. It's just that it's got nice crocodile clips to go on there. At least make a decent setup at the end of it. Are these about the right length? I think they are, you know. Yeah, they are spot on with the length. If anything, a tiny little bit longer. Not by much, but we have got a little bit longer. So I think I'm going to make a break some of the leads. We won't use them ones. Mind you, these ends don't look all that. Look, they got all poxy tape all over them, which is not ideal. Jesus, it goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? I mean, you know, evening all. PD Diddy Repairs. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining. You want a cable really rated to carry up to about 10 amps. Well, the thing itself only goes all the way up to 5, so that won't crank up to that. But you're right, you really want something to crank up to about 10 amps. That way it can take the current, it won't burn it. But obviously this jungle and mess, obviously it's not great. So my issue is definitely with these. I'm thinking, oh, I see. So all someone's put on there, look, someone's just put tape at the end. So they have crimped some new ends. But anyway, don't make no difference. Let's put some new ends on there. But we have got an issue why that is not, that's obviously not helping. I can't even put the correct voltage through because the end was literally, that obviously ain't gonna help. Look at how burnt that is. That literally is, that's burnt to a crisp. And that was 5 amps, and that did that. I'm actually amazed. 5 amps actually. It rusted it and it melted the end, and that was 5 amps. So yeah, not ideal, and that ain't gonna help me because obviously it's giving me bloody false readings because I can't finish the end of it. So let's put this to one side. Turn it off. Let's move this out the side for a minute. So first thing I've got to do, I've got to source some better, like you said, source some better leads. Obviously, don't rely on these fucking janged up segments. They are terrible. But obviously, I've got something a little bit better in there, so hopefully. But they're not very long. Let's see the length. No, it's about the same length. So they was cut right. They ain't cut too long. So they are about right. So I need to take these off. Oh fuck! Well, that one comes straight out. It fell on the floor. We don't need it. Obviously. So these barrel jacks. Well, I call them banana jacks. These are banana jack ones, you know, on these. So they use these. They use these for the back of the old radios. Did you see yesterday on Simple Tech the that amplifier that he had? Did you see the size of them? I thought they was coils. He said no, they're actually amplifies itself. That actually drives them. He said it weighs 50 kg. I don't just believe it because I see him struggling with it. Bless him. And it was massive. It was absolutely massive. I've got to admit, sourcing that was, I thought, wow, that must drain some serious power. I mean, obviously to drive them. I'm going to take the ends off, right? Because again, whoever's put these on, I can keep the ends of it, and then I can bin that. Look, it even burnt. Look at here, Pico. Here, look what it done to that. Look, again, look at that. Was 5 amps that did that. It not only warped it, right? 5 amps did that. That wasn't even 10 amps. 5 amps actually not only it burnt, it took all of the connections off. It literally warped it at the same time. And that was at 5. That's absolutely shocking. I cannot believe even cranked at 5 amps, it can actually do that type of damage. It did, mind you, it did go up for some smoke though, so you think like, you know, yeah, that was a big amp. That amplifier was, I thought, fuck me, you'll have no issues of driving that. But them capacitors were massive that actually had to be driven on that front. So I thought, yeah, I think he's right. I think he tried to drive something on that scale is ludicrous. I mean, he's pretty good. He does know what he's doing, you know, working on them. But I thought they was coils. I thought, Jesus, but no, they're not. They wasn't coils. I said, I thought they was like, they must have been filled up with concrete. I said, because like, if that weighs 50 kg, yeah, that was without, yeah, that was without touching it with his hands. Did you see it? One cap alone, 115 volts. I thought, if he's only going to touch that, mate, he's going to be at the Undertaker's. Fucking, it was frightening. Do you know what? It got to one point, I went, I can't watch. He's gonna kill himself live on stream. They really are high voltage. Please don't muck about. This is what I'm saying. Please don't muck about with high voltages. You know, poof. Jesus. It'd be like a magic show. 1 minute you're there, next minute you're gone. All jokes aside, right? He didn't take it very seriously because he was. I see. Yeah, that I was scared. I was. I really had. I definitely would have been Magic Smoke, right? I had visions, and I thought there's no one there to protect him. Just saying, please. You don't realise, right? They're really high. Them capacitors is mucking about. They're called the Big Blues, right? They're about that size in diameter. These things are massive. They hold thousands of volts, right? Literally just the capacitance that's going in. And obviously, because you've got like the bridge bar going over, because obviously you need to bridge over the capacitance over. So you're taking one lot of capacitance over to the next one. Then obviously you've got your AC and you've got your DC going in. So straight away voltage is going directly into that. He's fucking holding it with his hands, with epoxy fucking like a capacitor. And his hands are right near the high voltage. I would make sure, right, and one of them, I don't know who said it, he said, why don't you bridge it with a pair of pliers? No, that is a bad idea. You know, at the end of the day, you're mucking around with really high voltage there. It was absolutely scary, right? These will kill you. That is really severely high voltage. He would have touched that, and his hands, I had to look away because I thought, in a minute, right, it was still 115 volts. And I thought, if his finger gets to the tip, right, and he said that was getting warm and he weren't taking it seriously, and I'm not kidding you, not only would that fuse, that would not let him go until that 115 volts, and that was one cap. And there was about 4 of them caps on there. It literally frightened 7 bells out of me. I went, do you know what, he's dicing with death. You don't muck about with the high voltage on here. You've got to take it seriously. If you're doing things like that, right, please get a fucking, literally buy a gadget on there that will discharge them capacitors, because them Big Blues, they really are high voltage, and you shouldn't really. You need a charger, a discharging tool. It's cheap enough. You're putting your life at risk, and he's fucking holding it right next to his fingers, and he's got millimeters. He's literally his millimeters. I'm going, in a minute he's going to get shocked. I can't watch because he's going to kill himself live on stream. And I went, I can't watch it, you know. And that I really played, and I thought, please take it seriously. You know, I know what we're doing, but Jesus, I mean, yeah, one of them is 1,000 volts. It's what I said to you. Because them Big Blues, they will hold that. That's just on one. And he had 4 of them involved, you know. And here's him mucking about with resistors and putting them on there to try to discharge them. I thought, are you really that stupid? You're putting your life on there. That's not recommended. And we all said the same thing. Please don't, because it's good. That's going to kill you. That won't let go and all. That will discharge that 1,000 volts straight in, and you're going to know all about it. because, like you said, the current will stick. It'll make your hands are going to literally lock because obviously the voltage it's going in, you won't be able to release it. Please guys, don't. I can't stress enough. I don't like mucking around with high voltage. You know, even grass puddle. Yeah, shocking, right? And I kid you not, it's dangerous. It's frighteningly dangerous because that will kill. One cat will kill. That's all it takes. That's what I said. He thought I was joking. I said 1 touch and you'll be at the Undertaker's, and he thought I was joking on that front. And I went, I'm not. I'm trying to tell you. Please, don't do it with your hands. Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Yeah, he's going for a smoke. All right, bruv, no worries. But seriously, you know, what is wrong with people? You know, you are seriously them big what them call them big blues. They got them in the arcades, right? When I used to do the arcade machines. And they used in big blue capacitors, and it's true what Pico said, they are really high voltage. Please don't muck about them. It's not recommended at the end of it. It's because you are asking the world's worst there for literally thinking, I'm going to get zapped. And I don't want to get zapped. And I don't think I don't think Simple Tech was actually, he was taking it seriously. I know he was actually trying to say, yeah, guys, I know they're high voltage, but I don't think he's putting his own life at risk there. And I thought, please, you know, in a minute, I just thought, that's it. 1 touch, it's going to be game over. Permanently game over. Fucking, I thought, some people's lives, don't they? You know, obviously, how stupid can you be for literally trying to put your life... I know, all right, we all like to stream, but also don't kill yourself in the process of it, because that's it. It's all it takes is the once. You're not going to do that again. That's why I thought I was trying to tell him I was serious. I'm not mucking about, but I don't think he took it seriously. It's true what Pico said. You know, like, you know, go and buy yourself a discharging, you know, a tool. If you're going to muck around with them big blues. That's why everyone who was saying the same thing. Please be careful. Even the new caps he took out, I was actually quite surprised. The new version of it. But please, I mean, what are they playing at? Are they obviously think like we're dicing with death here? Yeah, that is danger with electricity. Gas, you can hear it and you can smell it. Water, you can actually see it. Electricity, yeah. By the time you felt it, it's too late. Do you know what, Phil? You're absolutely right. It's because, like you said, 1 touch, no, you're not coming back from it. What the highest thing that you should ever, you're like, this is the reasons why you imagine when they're working on the undergrounds, right? Some of them voltage lines are 42,000 volts. You won't light up. You're near enough. Your body will disintegrate from it. They're really, some of them are even as high as over 50k, right, on the 1 voltage on the line. That is why the underground it's a seriously dangerous place, isn't it? But he's mucking about with a 1,000-volt cat at them. Them big blues, they will kick. They're designed to give you a kick. But the trouble is, like all of these AC to DC, your muscles in there won't let go. It'll just carry on. You stick to it. So yeah, you're right. It's a silly thing to do. So right, I'm making up some new leads here because obviously them other ones, they are absolutely dire. But I'll tell you what, if he's going to do that on stream, I can't watch him because I've got really bad visions that Simple Tech one of these days it's going to be his last. at the end of it. He's mucking around with if you're mucking around with high amplifiers like that, and that is a high amplifier, right? Buy the tool. For your sake of your life and use a stream, buy the tool. It's going to be cheap to buy the tool. Do not use your fingers. And he even said that he felt the heat coming off it. Well, if he felt the heat from that wire, which was to finish the wires, right? If he felt the heat, what do you think even at 115 volts is going to do to you? And we're not there to protect him. So it's not only a stupid thing, but to me, I think that was the most stupidest thing to do on a stream. Because, like you said, there's no one there to protect you, just saying to shut the juice off. Because your body won't let go. Not on that type of voltage, it won't. You're going to really give that, yeah, electricity will hurt until you're dead. Exactly. So, what we're doing, do it the safe way. If you're going to do it on that front, do it the safe way. Don't do it the voltage the way he's doing it, because that is just giving you the wrong message. Like you said, he may think that he's not taking it seriously. Well, it will be his last, and that's what I did saying in the stream at the end of the day. You know, one touch and you'll be at the Undertaker's. I was trying to tell him for his own good, but obviously he thought we was all joking. All jokes aside, but it's no good when you're dead on the stream at the end of it. I don't think I could add that on my conscience, because like you said, it's, you know, there's nothing we could do. We're out of everyone's reach. It was my first electricity lesson back in 1992. My teacher walked in, and what I always said in his pocket, explained why. So never a path for the electric to pass through. Yeah, straight pass through his heart. Wow. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, Phil, you're right. Exactly it. This is exactly, because electricity won't let go, regardless. It just will not let go. So, regardless of what we're doing, right, understanding about electricity, have respect for it. At least have respect for it. Because it may look fun, and you are doing it, but you are mucking around. Even, it don't take much to kill you. That's just it. That's the point. Electricity don't take much to kill you in that front. And you know, and this is the point where you've got to be literally so careful. Have respect for it. If you've got respect for gas and burning yourself on that front, you know you're not going to do it again. But with electricity, you'll only do it once, and that's it. It's like you said, it's game over. Right, so we've put new crocodile clips on, right? I've made some new ends up. No, it pulls 5. So, let's pull now. I want to see now if that makes a difference by altering that end on that, right? So, I want to see, yes, and it does instantly, straight away. That makes a big difference on them crocodile clips, so that's cool, right? So straight away we've got straight up to 0.31. So obviously making up some new crocodile clips. The other ones are they're junk, right? Obviously it melted it. That was at 5 amps and it cranked it. It only takes a few milliamps to restart your art. Yeah, you're right. At the end of it, so it don't take much, but mucking around with 115 volts, yeah, sorry, you are asking for trouble. And the way he was doing it, I don't think he took it seriously. That was a very stupid thing to do on a live stream. I would not recommend it at the end of the day, for even entertainment purposes. And I know why he does it, is because he's trying to entertain and educate. But that's not education if it's nearly going to kill you in the process at the end of it. I mean, it's good to try and find things in circuit, but do it safely. Don't do it like stupidly the way he was doing it, with bits of wire, and try to hold a resistor, and it was so near his hand, you know, thinking, please, you know, as that cat was kicking out 115 volts. if you know you wanted to do it safely, was don't power it up. At the end of the day, then test it. But even the new capacitors, all right, it was a few volts on that, and that weren't even that cap weren't even charged up. So it goes to show, even the new capacitors had a bit of charge in them, which it will, because it obviously gives off a bit of heat, which will give it a bit of charge. But don't ever do stupid things like that on the live stream. You know, it really is sending off the wrong message. I disagreed with what he done there last night, and I couldn't watch. I had to go because I thought this bloke's going to kill himself, and what a daft thing to do. So obviously we're pulling up to on this front, so I want to now see if we can now get proper connections back up on this again. So I want to probe these bits and see if we got, obviously we couldn't get, now we got 12 volts, so that is pulling now, right? Cool. It's now pulling. Can you, sorry guys, I know you can't see, let me pull it that way. Right, let's see if you can pull it there. Right, now you can see I will probe the red, and I'm probing the earth now, so it was all down to connection. Right, Stuart Pico said the connection. Look, it's pulling now, 0.5. So we are getting voltage. That's not pulling anything, because what I'm pulling in the middle pin, but I'm not going on the outer pins yet. I ain't done the outer pins, but the red pin. So we're not getting nothing on the inner pins now, but we're getting something on the red. We're not getting nothing on the yellow. We're not getting nothing on the blue. Right, so okay, let's pull that one on there. We got nothing on the outer. Nothing on the outer. What about the inner? Yeah, 0.3. Right, so let's try the inner pins. Yes, so it looks like the inner pins, right, is now the inner pins seem to be the voltage, because we're probing up here. We're getting 0.5. No, we're getting 0.5 on the red, and 0.5 on the yellow. Right, nothing on the blue. Nothing. So let's go back to the other inner pin again and do the same thing again. Anything on that? Millivolt, voltage. Right, let's go to the ends. Right, nothing. We're going to go get all millivolts. No, so we're getting nothing on that front. But if I probe the inner pins on that earth again, are they? How do I know them outer pins? They could be actually earth. That actually could be earth, you know. So we are getting voltage, but I'm now not getting nothing on that blue. Sorry, the guest turned up. No, that's all right. That's all right, Chris. No worries. Any luck? Yeah. What on the switch? Well, I've sort of left the switch. I've backed up the NAND, so obviously I've got right involved in trying to diagnose some of the issues on here. But obviously I had to make some new leads up. But it looks like to me, we are getting voltage up to the red, and we're getting, but now we're not getting nothing on the blue. So what I need to do now is, like you said, is take one end from the other of the colour, right, and then probe it to see if we get anything up on that red. But we're not going to get anything on that front, but which that's what I thought we would have. I thought we would have got anything on there. So let me just quickly probe on that one. We are getting the on these inner lines, but but nothing, like you said, when it comes in 0.3, we're getting voltage there. We are getting -5. So this could be a -5. That's -4 on the outer pins. I reckon these could be earth, you know, Pico. I reckon they definitely could. I reckon they could definitely be like a negative side, and the inner pins are live. So I reckon it's yeah. We was only Chris. We was only just saying about Simple Tech last night, mucking around with my voltage caps. What a bloody stupid thing to do. You know, I was absolutely, I was horrified, thinking, God, this bloke's going to kill himself live on stream, and I don't think he was going to take it easy. What's your WhatsApp number, mate? Oh yeah. Sorry, Chris. Sorry, Pico. Let me type that in. Cheers, my friend. Rest. No, seriously, Chris. Did you watch him streamed in it? He put the fear of God into me last night. He was fucking about with that big blue capacitor that holds 1,000 volts. Right? There was 4 of them. That's about 4k volts running through all of them caps. And all he was doing, he had a fucking bit of silly little bit of string like that. Yeah, I saw the small bit, and it was virtually, right, I kid you not, it was about that much away from touching 115 volts with a literally like with a resistor. And he said the resistor's getting hot and it's burning because his finger's not far from the fucking end, and he's nearly getting 115 volts shot through him. That's what I said to him. One trip and you're up the Undertaker's. Just one touch. He thought I was joking. I went, I'm being fucking serious. He's going to kill himself. I thought, oh, I can't watch anymore. I went, this bloke's giving me he's putting the fear of God into me. He's going to touch that cap and get 115 volts straight in him. Nuts. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, he won't jump up if he gets too close. Yeah, but obviously, what a daft thing to do. Just buy the bloody tool, for God's sake. You know, I don't encourage to everyone. I encourage to learn, but not to encourage to fucking kill yourself live on stream. At the end of the day, there's no one there to stop him. 115 volts won't let go. It literally discharged straight through him. And I really would not recommend that at all. I really, really wouldn't recommend it. He's absolutely lost the plot on that front, and I don't think he was taking it seriously. They're called a big blue capacitor, and they are really high voltage. They put them in arcades because the power supply comes off the transformer. I mean, did you see the size of them transformers? Right, I thought they was coils. Right, they were actually transformers. They must have literally weighed about 20 kilo each, at least. Getting on for 20 kilo each, them transformers. They was massive. They was bigger than a dinner plate. No wonder that thing weighed nearly 50 kg. I can't wonder at it. But in the process, I wasn't worried about that. I was more interested and think, Christ, in a minute, please don't touch that capacitor. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. No, he ain't listening to me. We are pulling on that front. We are pulling voltage. So obviously we're getting something on there. No, that's all right. Yeah, thanks, Pete. I've just got that come through. Thanks, bud. Much appreciated. So yeah, we've look now. We've got voltage now because obviously the issue that I was having on here, right? We're obviously not getting nothing at the top to spin the platter. But I just wanted to inject voltage, 1 volt, at 0.5 amp, right? So it's quite safe. I don't want to go too mad because you'll take out the chip otherwise. And I'm just probing where it's going to the second part. And I wasn't getting to the blue part, but we definitely are getting something. We're getting nothing on that one. Nothing on that, but we get the blue. Did we? Well, we did do. We're not anymore. So that means it's obviously that's not making earth straight away. We did make a voltage. We're getting blue on that one, none on the yellow, none on the red, right? So if I swap that pin over, now if I touch that now, what we did do earlier, this seems to be intermittent, you know. The power seems to be insufficient. one minute it seems to be, then it ain't. Now we're not getting the power again. So it seems like to me the bloody power supply is like, they don't seem to be. We're getting voltage on the blue, which we wasn't before, but now we're not getting nothing. Oh, here we go. We've got voltage on the yellow, nothing on the red, but we have on the blue. So the blue and the yellow is on one pin. If I move the pin over, the red pin, we got voltage. The red and the yellow's got voltage, but the blue shouldn't. So these are data lines. So the voltage is getting up to the secondary part of this thing. So this is working. This seems to be pulling voltage, even at the 0.1 volt that it was actually pulling up. So from the end of that pin, it's obviously going through the chip, going through here. So for some reason, why isn't this top part of this platter working? This bit. So obviously we've got no voltage up here. We're not pulling anything up this section. So obviously, because we got the light, but this is not spinning. So obviously something up here, but we are definitely getting voltage up here. Definitely, 100%. But the outer pins, I think they're earths. I don't think they're data lines. I think they're actually earth pins on that front. Because like you said, trying to pull on that front, but the only way I'll know is if I put that on the outer end, and then yeah, that pulls straight away at 1. Yeah, 122. So I don't know if any of these caps are actually going on that front, but they're obviously I don't think these, obviously something's not right here, but we are getting voltage with the inner pins, but not on the outer. So, but it does say 12 and 5 at one end. That's what makes me think. Yeah, what is the unit? It is actually for an Atari ST. Chris we actually did say about working on these. I did manage to do. I sorted out the 5. This is the 520 STFM. Had a sticky drive on that front. Sorted that out. That now works lovely. Right. This one's got no power. All it got when I plugged it in, just got a red light. I've got no spin up on the platter, nothing. So, but I just wanted to see if we can inject voltage to go up it, which I have. Pico said put about 1 volt in, which I did. I didn't really want to crank it up any higher because otherwise you'll fry the chip for the end of it. We are getting, but something's not right with the outer pins on that front. But we are getting voltage now on the inner pins. To drive this, but I still think there still could be an issue here. But the inner pins seem to be getting voltage, but it's probably not enough to spin the rest of this. So I still think there's an in problem here in the circuit, and that's what makes me think on that front. This might not be repairable on that front. I mean, that's probably why these drives are notorious for sort of like, the trouble is with Atari. You know, they're not the greatest of. What was that? Something's fell off. Oh, don't know what that is. I think something's fell off on that front. Yeah, don't know. It's come off the front there. But obviously, this part of this secondary piece, obviously, this slots in to this to make this spin. But we're not getting nothing else to actually try to power this up for some reason. And I'll just get I'll get the light, it just stays on constant. So, which is obviously something's not right with it on that front. But I really wish Simple Tech would take things more seriously if he's mucking around with amplifiers in future. Don't fuck about with capacitors, especially not them big blues. They are dangerous. They really are. I know he's trying to explain, and he's telling us they're dangerous, and yet he's doing the complete opposite. He's putting his own life at danger at the end of it. What a daft thing to bloody do. You don't do that. You know, he's telling us please guys, don't muck about. And I thought, what's he bloody doing? He's actually touching it with He's near enough touching it with his bare hands. I thought, well, you're going against what you're just telling us. I thought, well, you're not setting a great example. Yeah, right. That converter then should jump from the power supplies from the 5 to the 12. Well, that's the idea. See, that is, yeah, that is nuts. Yeah, it's true. It is. He's obviously teaching us, obviously, don't touch it, and he's doing the complete opposite. That front, but. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that 5 has got a feed on that front, and I think the issue is something's not right on these ground pins on these, because these shouldn't shorten out. They feel like they're like, as soon as you put them in, something's not right. They're being grounded for some reason, and then I don't think they're ground. I think because one side, if I remember correctly on these drives, you should have, like, one should be like a 3 volt. I think the inner one should be like 3 volts. One end should be 5, one end should be 12. And that seems about right for what it feeds into the circuit. Obviously, you've got the colour wise. I mean, it's got to go through the chip. The chip then talks to all of the motor and obviously the data line, because these will all be for data. So, which does make sense, because you obviously you've got your data lines going in from your 20 pin on these ones. Well, this one's got 34 pins. It sounds about right. 24 to 36 pins on some of these old IDEs. I still think the issue that there is still something not right here to feed up here, because for some reason that looks like these are shortening out, and these should not be shortening out at all. If I remember off the top of my head, I still think this is something wrong here in the circuit, because I think the outer pins should be 12, outer pins should be 5, inner pins should be 3. Even at 1 volt, we are getting power up to here onto the 3 lines, but the outer pins are shortening. They seem to be spiking, and it don't like it. It looks like a ground is short, and I personally don't think that's right. I think the 12s should be on the outer end, because I can see the 12 on there. It's got 12, and on the other side it's got 5. So that's what makes me think. And I bet I'm right in saying the inner pins are going to be about 3 volts. I still think there's an issue with that. I personally don't. Yeah, okay, guys, I've got to go and catch you all tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm going to, I think you're right on that one. Yeah, Pico, thanks, my friend, on that front, because I'm looking at the time, it's 10:31. He's right. I think we're going to leave it here, guys, right? Obviously, I am going to come back to this tomorrow. I know, obviously, I've had a long day. So, I'm going to say, obviously, I need to finish this Nintendo Switch. Later, Pico. Thank you, my friends. Catch you tomorrow. So, I'll need to finish this Switch off tomorrow. Obviously, I can then get part of my arcade back tomorrow. Finish that off. The little bar top one. Rusty Russ, cheers, bruv. Thank you. Whoever's lurking, yeah. Grass Puddle, yeah, you're right. Top man. If no worries. If he's in the stream, please don't muck about the capacitors, guys. It's dangerous, and I really can't stress enough. Don't kill yourself. It might make a great stream, and you get fried in the process, but yeah, I'm afraid that won't help us. We'll just lose someone else that thinking, well, there's lessons to be learnt there. Please don't do it. But I am going to say thank you for joining. And I know it's a bit late today and things got a bit fucked up, but we got there in the end. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Cheers.